The bronze blade trembled in the old beggar's hand, not because he was afraid, because 20 years of waiting had finally come to an end. Across the great hall of Ithaca, more than 100 armed nobles laughed, drank wine from golden cups, and mocked the absent king they believed had long ago become food for the sea. None of them realized that the ragged stranger watching them from the shadows was that king. One more heartbeat, and blood would cover the palace floor. But before we witnessed the day Odysseus reclaimed his home, before arrows flew through torchlight, before gods themselves stepped into the battle, we have to answer a far greater question. How did the greatest hero of Greece become a broken old man dressed in rags? How does someone who outsmarted an entire city lose everything? And why did the gods spend 20 years refusing to let him go home? This is the story of the Odyssey. Not simply a voyage across the sea, but the journey of a man forced to discover who he truly was, after everything that had once defined him had been taken away. Every great journey begins with a door closing. For Odysseus, that door was Troy. For 10 endless years, the city had dominated every waking thought of the Greek world. Children had become adults without fathers. Fields had grown wild. Kings had spent fortunes feeding armies. Thousands of men had died beneath walls that refused to fall. The greatest warriors of an age had crossed swords there. Achilles, Ajax, Hector, Paris, Agamemnon, Menelaus. And among them all, one king from a small rocky island that most people would have struggled to find on a map. His kingdom possessed no vast army, no enormous wealth, no towering monuments. Ithaca was poor compared to Mycenae, small compared to Sparta, yet its king possessed something that made him more dangerous than almost every other man alive. He thought differently. While others reached for swords, Odysseus reached for solutions. While heroes chased glory, he chased survival. He understood something most warriors never did. Winning a battle and surviving a war were not always the same thing. That single difference would make him legendary. It would also make the gods notice him, because intelligence, like fire, can warm the world or burn it down. The final days of Troy did not belong to the strongest man. They belonged to the most patient one. The city had become exhausted. Its defenders had buried fathers, brothers, children. The Greeks had done the same. Everyone wanted the war to end. No one knew how. For 10 years, every strategy had failed. Every assault had been repelled. Every champion eventually bled. The walls remained. Stone did not care about courage. It simply stood. Night after night, Odysseus walked alone along the shoreline. The waves whispered against the sand. Campfires flickered behind him. Somewhere beyond that endless darkness lay Ithaca. He imagined Penelope. Did she still smile the same way? Did Telemachus still remember his face? Or had his son grown up recognizing only stories? There is a special kind of pain known only to parents separated from their children. You begin remembering moments instead of people. The first laugh, the tiny fingers wrapped around yours, the way they looked while sleeping. Then one day, you realize those memories belong to someone who no longer exists. Because children keep growing, even while you're gone. Odysseus knew that every sunrise beneath Troy's walls meant another day his son became someone new. Without him, he wanted the war over. Not because he feared dying, because he feared becoming a stranger inside his own home. That longing more than ambition, gave birth to history's most famous deception, the wooden horse. Even today, thousands of years later, the phrase survives because the idea was so brilliantly simple. If strength cannot enter through the gate, make the enemy open it themselves. The Greeks disappeared. The horse remained. The Trojans celebrated. By sunrise, their city no longer existed. Victory belonged to Odysseus, or so everyone believed. Because victory has a dangerous habit. Sometimes it arrives disguised as the beginning of disaster. As flames climbed into Troy's night sky, the gods watched. Some approved, others did not. Among those who looked upon the burning city was the ruler of the sea himself, Poseidon. Ancient, immense, proud. The god who could raise islands or erase kingdoms beneath a single wave. He had watched mortals fight for 10 years. Now one clever man believed he had outwitted fate itself. Poseidon would make certain he learned the difference between intelligence and arrogance. But Odysseus did not know that yet. Standing aboard his ship, watching Troy disappear behind the horizon, he finally allowed himself something he had denied for 20 years. Hope. The wind smelled different. Not like smoke. Not like blood. Like home. He stood at the bow long after his sailors had begun celebrating. Some sang. Others laughed. Many spoke excitedly about wives they would soon embrace. Children they had never met. Harvests waiting for them. Life. Real life. It was returning. Odysseus listened quietly. Then he smiled. Perhaps for the first time in years, he believed the hardest part was over. How could he know that Troy had merely been the prologue? The real story had not even begun. History often remembers Odysseus as the clever man, the trickster, the strategist. But ancient audiences understood something deeper. His greatest strength was never intelligence alone. It was endurance. Because cleverness can solve a problem, endurance survives one. And survival would soon become the only thing left. Far out across the wine-dark sea, 12 black ships cut through gentle waves. Each carried men who had survived the greatest war of their generation. Men hardened by siege, by starvation, by loss. They believed no challenge remained. How could a storm compare to Troy? How could pirates compare to Achilles? How could the sea itself defeat warriors who had endured 10 years beneath enemy walls? The answer was waiting just beyond the horizon. Because the ocean does not care how famous you are. It does not remember your victories. It does not reward bravery. Every sailor, king, or fisherman alike becomes equally small before an open sea. Odysseus was about to discover that battlefields follow rules. The sea does not. And somewhere beneath those dark waters, Poseidon had already begun to stir. The sea was calm, too calm. The sails hung full beneath a clear blue. The oars dipped rhythmically into water so smooth it reflected the clouds like polished bronze. For days, the fleet sailed eastward without trouble. The men laughed again. Some practiced wrestling on the decks. Others sang songs they had not dared sing beneath Troy's walls. One sailor carved little wooden toys for the daughter he had left behind as an infant. Another spent hours polishing a bronze helmet he planned to hang inside his home forever, never intending to wear it again. Even Odysseus began allowing himself dreams. He pictured the cliffs of Ithaca rising from the sea, the old olive tree beside his palace, his faithful dog racing down the hill. Penelope standing at the doorway. Telemachus. Would he recognize him? Or would he see only another stranger climbing from a ship? The question lingered. It frightened him more than any spear ever had. Because war changes everyone. The men leaving home rarely return as the same men. The first island appeared almost by accident. Low hills, rolling fields, fruit trees bending beneath their own weight, smoke drifting peacefully from scattered homes. No walls, no soldiers, no watchtowers. It looked harmless. After years of war, it looked almost unreal. The sailors cheered. Fresh water, fresh food, fresh fruit. Exactly what they needed before continuing home. Odysseus narrowed his eyes. Something felt wrong. No dogs barked, no children ran through the fields, no farmers shouted across vineyards. Only silence. Beautiful, unnatural silence. Experience had taught him something. Places that appear perfect often hide the greatest dangers. Still, a captain cannot ignore the needs of hungry men. He ordered only a small scouting party ashore while the rest remained aboard the ships. Find the people, he instructed. Learn who rules here. And whatever happens, he paused, return before sunset. The scouts disappeared among the flowering trees. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher. Still, they did not return. At first, the sailors joked. They've found wine. They've found beautiful women. They'll come back too fat to row. Laughter echoed across the beach. Odysseus did not laugh. His instincts had begun whispering again. Something was wrong. He selected another group. This time, he went himself. The island smelled sweet. Not simply pleasant. Overwhelmingly sweet, like honey warmed beneath the summer sun. Bright flowers covered every hillside. Golden fruit hung untouched from branches. The air itself seemed heavy, sleepy, inviting. They eventually found the missing scouts. Not wounded, not imprisoned, not dead. They were smiling. Sitting eating strange golden blossoms, laughing like children. One of them looked up as Odysseus approached. His face shone with peaceful contentment. Captain. His voice sounded distant. Sit with us. You've worked hard enough. There is nowhere else worth going. Odysseus frowned. What are you talking about? We're going home. The sailor blinked. Home? He looked genuinely confused. What home? The only thing that matters, he picked another flower, is this. Another sailor had completely forgotten his own name. A third no longer recognized his companions. They had not been poisoned. They had not been enchanted into violence. Something worse had happened. They had forgotten their purpose. The island belonged to the Lotus Eaters. Its people offered visitors a simple gift, a flower. Those who ate it lost all desire to leave, not because they were imprisoned, because they no longer cared. Imagine forgetting every goal you've ever had, every promise, every person waiting for you, every dream. Imagine becoming perfectly content while slowly losing yourself. That was the true danger. Not death, comfort. Odysseus realized the truth instantly. If his crew remained much longer, none of them would ever sail again. There would be no battles, no suffering, no families reunited, no Ithaca, only endless, peaceful forgetting. His men resisted, violently. When he ordered them back toward the ships, they fought him. They screamed, they begged. Some clung to trees. Others cried as though he were dragging them toward execution. Please, one shouted through tears, don't make me leave. I don't want to remember anymore. Odysseus froze. That sentence struck him harder than any sword. I don't want to remember anymore. How much pain had these men buried beneath 10 years of war? How many nightmares waited inside them? Perhaps the lotus offered exactly what exhausted soldiers secretly wanted. Not paradise. Escape. To forget. To stop hurting. Odysseus understood. More than anyone. Every night beneath Troy, he had dreamed of home. Every morning, he had awakened to another day of killing. Would forgetting have been easier? Perhaps. But easier is not always better. Sometimes memory hurts because love existed first. If you erase one, you erase the other. With tears in their eyes, his sailors cursed him as he tied them to the rowing benches. Then he gave one final command. No one touches another flower. The ships left immediately. Long after the island disappeared beyond the horizon, the rescued men continued crying. Not because they were hungry, not because they were injured, because somewhere behind them, they believed they had left happiness. Odysseus said nothing. He simply stared toward the empty sea. He wondered how many more traps awaited them. He had survived the greatest war in Greece. Already, the journey home had almost stolen his crew without drawing a single drop of blood. If this was only the beginning, what waited farther ahead? He would soon find out. Because the next island did not offer flowers. It offered sheep, a cave, and a single giant, whose name would become one of the most feared in all mythology, Polyphemus. The sea carried them onward. Behind them, the island of the Lotus Eaters slowly disappeared beneath the horizon. Ahead, nothing but endless blue. The men rowed in silence. No one laughed anymore. The flowers had taught them a lesson far more frightening than any battle. Not every enemy carried a sword. Some simply asked you to stop caring. Odysseus watched his crew carefully. The men rescued from the Lotus still stared blankly toward the sea, as though part of themselves had been left behind. He understood. War changes the body, but temptation changes the soul. The captain of Ithaca knew something his men did not. The gods rarely repeated themselves. Every island brought a different test. The next one would test courage. Several days later, dark mountains emerged from the morning mist. Steep cliffs rose directly from the sea. Great forests covered the hills. Wild goats bounded across rocky ledges untouched by hunters. There were no farms, no smoke, no harbors, no temples, only wilderness. As the ships drifted closer, the sailors noticed something strange. Enormous sheep grazed peacefully along the slopes, much larger than ordinary sheep, healthy, fat, completely unguarded. One sailor grinned. Looks like the gods finally decided to reward us. Another laughed. We'll feast tonight. Odysseus didn't answer. His eyes had already noticed something else. A gigantic cave, high in the cliffs. Its entrance was taller than any palace doorway he had ever seen. Outside lay stacks of enormous firewood, huge milk pails, massive cheese racks, everything, far larger than any human family could possibly use. Whoever lived there was no ordinary shepherd. His crew gathered around him. "Captain," one of them urged, "we've already taken enough sheep. Let's leave." "We don't know who lives here," another agreed. "We have food. We have water. Why risk trouble?" It was wise advice, the kind Odysseus himself usually gave. Yet something stirred inside him. Curiosity. The same curiosity that had solved impossible problems beneath Troy. the same curiosity that made him the cleverest man in Greece. Sometimes, the greatest strength becomes the greatest weakness. I want to see who lives here. His officers exchanged uneasy glances. No one argued further. 12 men followed him toward the cave. The others remained behind with the ships. It was a decision Odysseus would regret for the rest of his life. Inside, the cave felt almost like a giant's palace. Shelves overflowed with carefully made cheeses. Huge woven baskets held fresh milk. Pens divided hundreds of sheep according to age. Everything was orderly. Whoever lived here was disciplined. Not savage, not careless, simply enormous. Some of his companions whispered nervously, "We should leave." Others had already begun filling sacks with cheese. Odysseus raised a hand. "No, we wait. I want to meet the owner." The words had barely left his mouth when the earth itself seemed to shake. Heavy footsteps. Outside. Closer. Closer. Then, a shadow covered the entrance. A man? No. Something much larger. The figure ducked beneath the cave roof. His shoulders were broader than a wagon. His arms looked like ancient tree trunks. His beard reached nearly to his waist. In one hand, he carried an entire pine tree as though it were nothing more than a walking stick. And in the middle of his forehead, one enormous eye. The Cyclops, Polyphemus, son of Poseidon. Without even noticing the hidden Greeks, the giant herded hundreds of sheep inside. Then he turned, bent down, lifted an enormous boulder, a stone so massive 20 ordinary men could never have moved it. He rolled it across the entrance. Sunlight vanished. The cave became a prison. Only then did Polyphemus smell them. His single eye slowly searched the darkness. Finally, it stopped on Odysseus. The giant smiled, not kindly, hungrily. His voice echoed through the cave like distant thunder. "Strangers, who are you? Merchants? Pirates? Where is your ship?" Odysseus stepped forward. His heart pounded. Still, he remembered the sacred law honored throughout Greece. Hospitality. Every traveler deserved food, shelter, protection. It was not mere protected by Zeus himself. Confident that even this giant must respect divine law, Odysseus spoke politely. "We are Greeks returning from Troy. We ask only hospitality. We beg you in the name of Zeus, protector of strangers." For several long seconds, the Cyclops simply stared. Then, he laughed. The sound filled the cave. Birds exploded from nearby cliffs. Outside, sheep scattered in terror. "Zeus?" His single eye narrowed. "I care nothing for Zeus. I am stronger than Zeus. I do as I please." Odysseus felt ice spread through his chest. This creature feared neither gods nor men. The rules that protected civilization ended inside this cave. Without warning, Polyphemus reached down. His enormous hand closed around one sailor. The man screamed. The giant slammed him against the stone floor. The sound was sickening. Before anyone could move, the Cyclops seized another. 2 lives ended in moments. Then, before the horrified Greeks, he began eating them. Bones cracked. Blood stained the cave floor. The remaining sailors stood frozen. War had shown them countless horrors. Nothing prepared them for this. Odysseus gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles turned white. Every instinct screamed at him to attack. to avenge his men, to strike now. Then reason intervened. Even if he somehow killed the giant, who would move the stone? No one. They would starve beside the corpse. Sometimes courage means attacking. Sometimes courage means waiting. Odysseus hated the second kind, but it was the only kind that could save them. That night, none of the survivors slept. Every heartbeat echoed inside the darkness. Every breath sounded too loud. At dawn, the Cyclops calmly milked his sheep, as though nothing unusual had happened. Then, before leaving the cave, he seized 2 more Greeks. Breakfast. He rolled the giant stone aside, led his flock outside, then sealed the entrance once more. Silence returned. Only this time, 4 companions were gone forever. Some sailors collapsed. Others wept openly. One man pounded helplessly against the stone until his fists bled. Odysseus remained perfectly still. His face betrayed nothing. Inside, his mind raced faster than ever before. Strength would fail. Numbers would fail. Weapons would. Only one thing remained: thought. He walked through the cave slowly, looking, measuring, searching. Then he found it. Leaning against the wall lay the giant's shepherd's staff. Except it wasn't a staff. It was an entire tree trunk, freshly cut, long, straight, hard olive wood. Odysseus touched it, then slowly smiled. The cleverest man in Greece had begun making a plan. And somewhere far above, Athena watched silently. Even she could not yet see whether her favorite mortal would survive what came next, because defeating a monster would prove easier than surviving the consequences of victory. The survivors worked in complete silence, not because Odysseus had ordered them to, because grief had stolen their voices. Only 8 men remained. 8 exhausted soldiers trapped inside a cave with a creature large enough to crush them beneath one hand. Outside, the sun climbed higher. Inside, Odysseus carved. The enormous olive trunk became smaller with every strike of his bronze blade. Long splinters curled onto the cave floor. Hour after hour, he shaped one end into a sharp point. Not a spear, a stake. When it was finally finished, 4 men together could barely lift it. Odysseus inspected its point. Not sharp enough. He hardened it over the fire. Smoke rose toward the cave ceiling. The wood blackened. The point became harder than bone. Then he hid it beneath piles of sheep dung. The Cyclops must never see it. His men watched him. Finally, one asked the question no one else dared. "Captain, what happens after we blind him?" Odysseus looked toward the giant stone sealing the cave. "I don't know." It was one of the rare moments in his life when he admitted the truth. He did not yet have every answer. He only knew the first step. Sometimes, survival begins with solving only the next problem, not the last one. Evening came. The earth shook again. Heavy footsteps. The sheep returned first, then Polyphemus. Without hurry, without suspicion, he rolled away the stone, drove his flock inside, closed the entrance once more. Then, exactly as before, he reached into the terrified Greeks. Another man, then another. Their screams echoed only briefly, as calmly as another shepherd might eat bread beside a fire. Odysseus forced himself to watch. Every instinct begged him to attack. Not yet. Anger makes men predictable. Patience wins wars. When the giant had finally eaten his fill, he stretched across the cave floor. His breathing slowed. Soon, thunderous snores filled the darkness. Not asleep enough. Odysseus needed him deeper. Then he remembered something stored aboard his ship. Before entering the cave, he had brought with him a skin of extraordinarily powerful wine, a gift meant for distinguished hosts. He stepped forward carrying it. The giant opened his eye lazily. "What now, little man?" Odysseus bowed slightly. "You have eaten my companions. The least I can offer such a mighty shepherd," he lifted the wineskin, "is a drink worthy of your strength." Polyphemus grabbed it. The wine poured into his mouth like a river disappearing into a canyon. His eye widened. This was no ordinary drink. Strong, sweet, unlike anything produced by his own people. He emptied the skin, then demanded more. Odysseus gave him another serving, then another. Soon the Cyclops' great head began swaying. His words slurred. He laughed loudly enough to shake dust from the ceiling. At last, he looked down at the tiny human. You've pleased me. Tell me your name, so I'll know," he hiccuped, "whose guest I have been." The cave became perfectly still. Odysseus smiled. This moment would echo through history. "My name?" he answered calmly. "My name is Nobody." The Cyclops frowned. "Nobody?" "Yes, my parents named me Nobody." Polyphemus laughed so hard tears rolled from his enormous eye. "Wonderful! I shall eat Nobody," he belched loudly. Last. Then, with one final drunken sigh, the giant collapsed into sleep. Odysseus moved instantly. "No hesitation, no fear," he whispered to his companions. Together they dragged the hidden stake from beneath the dung. It was almost too heavy. 5 men strained beneath its weight. The sharpened point glowed faintly from the fire. Odysseus positioned himself at the rear. Now. They lifted, ran, and drove the stake directly into the Cyclops' eye. The giant exploded upward with a roar unlike anything they had ever heard. The sound seemed to split the mountain itself. The survivors pushed harder. The burning wood sank deeper. Blood hissed against the hot stake. Smoke poured upward. The smell. Odysseus would remember it for the rest of his life. Polyphemus screamed. His hands clawed wildly through the darkness. The Greeks scattered. The Cyclops ripped the stake free. His single eye was gone. Only a blackened wound remained. The mountain echoed with his agony. Outside, other Cyclopes heard him. Huge voices called across the cliffs. "Polyphemus! What's wrong? Who attacks you?" The blinded giant staggered toward the entrance, still screaming, "They're killing me! Help!" The other Cyclopes gathered outside. "What man hurts you? Tell us! Who is it?" Polyphemus bellowed with all his remaining strength. "Nobody! Nobody is killing me!" Silence. Outside, the neighboring Cyclopes exchanged confused looks. "If nobody is attacking you," one finally shouted back, "then your suffering must come from Zeus. Pray." And one by one, they walked away. Odysseus closed his eyes. For the briefest moment, even surrounded by death, he almost smiled. His lie had worked perfectly. Morning finally arrived. The giant remained alive, blind, enraged, but alive. That was the problem. As dawn broke, Polyphemus rolled away the stone. He had no intention of allowing his prisoners to escape. Instead, he sat directly inside the entrance. His enormous hands searched every sheep as they passed outside. Any man attempting to would be caught instantly. The Greeks stared in despair. The plan had succeeded. yet they were still trapped. Then Odysseus noticed something. The largest rams walked differently. Each carried thick wool beneath its belly. Slowly, another idea formed. He gathered his remaining companions, 3 sheep together, one in the middle, one on each side. Using strips of woven willow, he tied a man beneath the center animal, hidden completely beneath heavy fleece. The strongest ram remained. Odysseus saved it for himself. He wrapped both arms around its belly, pressed himself tightly against the wool, then waited. One by one, the sheep approached the cave entrance. Polyphemus felt each animal carefully. His ruined eye wept blood. His fingers searched only across their backs, never beneath them. The hidden Greeks passed safely outside. Finally, the great ram approached. Polyphemus stopped it. He rested one hand gently upon its head. "My old friend?" His voice had changed. It no longer sounded monstrous, only broken. "You walk so slowly today. Do you grieve for your master's eye? If only you could speak, you would tell me where nobody hides." The ram remained silent, then continued walking, carrying Odysseus toward freedom. The instant they cleared the cave, Odysseus cut himself loose. The others did the same. Together they drove the stolen sheep toward the shore. The surviving sailors waiting beside the ships could scarcely believe what they saw. 8 men had entered the cave. Only 6 returned. No one celebrated. There was no joy, only relief. They pushed the ships into the surf. The oars bit into the sea. Distance slowly grew between them and the island. At last, they were safe, or they should have been. Odysseus stood at the stern, staring back toward the cliffs. His companions begged him to remain silent, to leave, to thank the gods and sail away. But something stirred inside him. Pride. The same pride that had helped destroy Troy. The same pride that every great hero struggled to master. He could not bear the thought that history would never know who had defeated the Cyclops. So he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted toward the shore. The moment those words left his lips, everything changed. The black ships rose and fell with the waves. Each pull of the oars carried them farther from the island, farther from the cave, farther from the nightmare. The surviving sailors rowed with everything they had left. No one dared look back. No one wanted to see the mountain again. For the first time since entering the Cyclops cave, they believed they might actually live. Odysseus stood at the stern. The sea wind cooled the sweat on his face. His hands were still stained with blood and soot from the burning stake. Behind him, his companions breathed in exhausted relief. Ahead, the open sea stretched toward home. It should have ended there. It should have become another story the old king would one day tell beside a winter fire. But history rarely turns on battles alone. Sometimes, it turns on a single sentence. Far behind them, a roar echoed across the water. Polyphemus had discovered the empty cave. His sheep were gone. His prisoners had escaped. His enormous voice rolled across the cliffs like thunder. "Cowards! I will find you!" The sailors rowed faster. One of them shouted toward Odysseus, "Captain, we're far enough away. Leave him." Another added desperately, "The gods have saved us once. Don't tempt them again." Even now, after everything they had survived, they understood something their brilliant leader did not. Victory invites pride, and pride invites disaster. Odysseus stared toward the island. The Cyclops stood on the shoreline, blind, helpless. His huge hands searched the empty air. The sight awakened something dangerous inside the king of Ithaca. He remembered every friend the monster had devoured, every scream, every broken body. He wanted the giant to know. He wanted him to understand that he had not been defeated by chance. He had been defeated by Odysseus. So he shouted, "Lucky indeed you were, Cyclops, that the man who destroyed your eye was no ordinary traveler." The sailors froze. "No," one whispered. "Please." Another grabbed the side of the ship so hard his fingernails cracked. Odysseus continued, "If anyone ever asks who blinded you," his voice rang proudly across the sea, "tell them it was Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca." For one heartbeat, nothing happened, only the sound of waves. Then the Cyclops smiled, not with fear, not with defeat, with recognition. At last, he knew the name. Polyphemus bent slowly toward the sea. His gigantic hands searched among the rocks. They found an enormous boulder, a mountain. With terrifying strength, he lifted it. The Greeks watched in horror. No! The stone flew. It sailed high through the sky. For a moment, it seemed to blot out the sun itself. Then, it crashed into the sea only yards before the lead ship. The explosion of water towered above the mast. The wave that followed lifted every vessel violently into the air. Oars snapped. Men were thrown across the decks. The current dragged the fleet backward, back toward the island. Panic spread instantly. "Row!" Odysseus shouted. "Row!" Every surviving sailor pulled with desperate strength. The ships slowly escaped the returning current. Only then did they realize how close they had come. Not to defeat, to annihilation. One stone, one heartbeat closer. Their journey would have ended forever. The men stared at their captain. No one spoke. No one needed to. Every face asked the same question. Why? Why risk everything? Just to satisfy pride? Odysseus looked away. For perhaps the first time, he understood the weight of what he had done. But the punishment had only begun. Standing upon the shore, Polyphemus lifted both arms toward the sky. His ruined eye bled into his beard. His voice became strangely calm. Not a scream, a prayer. "Father, hear me. If truly I am your son, if the blood of Poseidon flows within me, then hear this." The sea itself seemed to pause. Even the wind grew still. If Odysseus is destined to reach his home, let him arrive late. Let him arrive alone. Let every companion die. Let him find sorrow waiting for him. And if he returns at all, let him return only after suffering beyond imagination. Silence. No lightning, no thunder, nothing. The sailors looked at one another. One even laughed nervously. See? The gods ignored him. Odysseus wanted to believe that. Then, far out across the sea, the water began to move. Not from wind, from something beneath it. A deep swell rolled beneath every ship. The horizon darkened. Clouds gathered with impossible speed. The sea had heard. Poseidon had answered. Ancient Greeks believed the gods rarely interfered without reason. Poseidon did not hate every sailor. He did not destroy ships simply for amusement. But this was different. His own son had been blinded. His pride had been wounded. And unlike mortals, the gods possessed eternity. They never needed to forgive. They could wait. Years, decades, generations. Odysseus had not merely escaped a monster. He had declared himself to the father of that monster, and Poseidon would never forget his name. The first storm struck before sunset. The blue sky vanished beneath black clouds. The sea transformed into chaos. Waves rose higher than palace walls. Rain lashed the decks. Lightning tore across the heavens. The ships disappeared behind mountains of water, only to rise again moments later. The men who had survived Troy, the men who had escaped the Cyclops, now fought an enemy they could not stab. They tied themselves to the masts. Water flooded the decks. One sailor was swept overboard before anyone could reach him. His scream disappeared beneath the roar of the sea. Odysseus clung to the steering oar with bleeding hands. Every instinct told him this storm was different, not natural, personal. Imagine standing in a rainstorm, knowing the storm itself hates you, knowing every wave carries intention, knowing somewhere beyond the clouds, an immortal god is watching. That was the terror of Poseidon's anger. Not simply that he could create storms, but that he could choose exactly when they would end. For 3 days, the fleet fought the sea. When the clouds finally broke, the survivors could scarcely recognize one another. Eyes hollow, faces burned by salt, hands torn raw from rope. Their supplies had been washed away. Several ships had drifted apart. One had vanished completely. No wreckage, no survivors, only empty ocean. Odysseus counted the remaining vessels. His heart sank. Already, the journey home had begun taking its price, and this was only the beginning. Far ahead, another island slowly emerged from the morning mist. Green, beautiful, quiet. His exhausted men shelter. Surely, after all they had endured, this island would offer peace. Odysseus watched the coastline silently. By now, he had learned a terrible truth. The most dangerous places were always the ones that looked the safest. He did not yet know its name. Aea, the island of the enchantress, the home of Circe. By the time the storm released them, the sea no longer felt like a road home. It felt like a prison. The men had stopped asking how many days remained until Ithaca. Instead, they counted who was still alive. Each sunrise brought fewer familiar faces. Each empty place at the rowing benches reminded them of someone who had once laughed beside them. Odysseus noticed the change. The songs were gone. Even victory at Troy seemed to belong to another lifetime. His companions no longer spoke of glory. They spoke of bread, dry clothes, a warm fire, the embrace of their families. War had taught them how to fight. The voyage home was teaching them something much harder: how easily hope could disappear. The island rose gently from the sea. Unlike the cliffs of the Cyclops, this place seemed welcoming. Tall cedars covered the hills. Streams glittered beneath the morning sun. Birds circled peacefully overhead. Wild deer wandered near the shoreline without fear. The scent of pine drifted across the breeze. One sailor whispered, "It feels alive." Another smiled for the first time in days. Perhaps the gods have finally shown mercy. Even Odysseus allowed himself a moment of cautious optimism. No shattered ships, no monsters waiting on the beach, no storms, only silence, beautiful silence. They pulled the ships ashore. For 2 full days, they did almost nothing. The men, some slept so deeply they barely moved. Others sat beside small fires, staring into the flames, not speaking, not thinking, simply grateful to be standing on solid ground again. Sometimes, rest is the greatest gift. On the third morning, Odysseus climbed a nearby hill. From its summit, he finally saw it. Far inland, thin smoke curled into the sky. Someone lived here. We are not alone. Immediately, the crew divided. Half wanted to investigate, half wanted to leave immediately. One gray-haired sailor stood. "We have food. We have water. We have ships. Captain, I beg you, let's not meet whoever lives there." No one laughed. Everyone remembered the Cyclops. Odysseus understood their fear. But he also understood something else. If this island possessed fresh supplies, they needed them. He divided the crew into two groups. One would remain with the ships. The other would explore. By chance, or perhaps by fate, the exploring party was led by one of his most loyal officers, Eurylochus. Unlike Odysseus, Eurylochus trusted caution more than curiosity. It would save his life. The forest seemed almost enchanted. Sunlight poured through towering trees. Flowers bloomed everywhere. The air carried the scent of herbs unlike any the Greeks had ever known. As they walked, strange animals emerged from the woods. Lions, wolves, mountain cats. The soldiers reached instinctively for their spears. Then something impossible happened. The animals wagged their tails. One lion gently rubbed against a man's shoulder like a household dog. A wolf rolled onto its back, asking for affection. The men stared in disbelief. "What kind of place?" one whispered. "Is this?" None of them realized the truth. These had once been men. Soon, they reached a magnificent palace hidden deep within the forest. Its polished stone walls gleamed in the sunlight. Beautiful singing drifted through the open doorway. The voice sounded warm, comforting, almost motherly. Inside, a woman sat weaving upon a great loom. Golden light danced across the threads in her hands. She looked up, smiled, and welcomed the strangers. There was no fear in her face, no suspicion, only kindness. She invited them inside, prepared food, poured rich. The starving Greeks looked at one another. After weeks of terror, kindness itself felt unbelievable. Only Eurylochus hesitated. Something deep inside warned him. The palace was too perfect, the woman too calm, the welcome too effortless. He remained outside. The others entered. It was the last time he would ever see them as men. The woman was Circe, daughter of the sun god Helios, mistress of ancient magic, one of the most mysterious figures in all Greek mythology. Unlike monsters, Circe did not rely on strength. She understood people. She knew exactly what exhausted travelers desired: food, warmth, safety, trust. She offered every one of those things. Then, she added something else: a handful of enchanted herbs, hidden within the wine. The soldiers, within moments, their vision blurred. The room spun. They tried to stand. Their hands began changing. Fingers fused together. Skin erupted into coarse bristles. Voices became squeals. Faces stretched into snouts. Armor crashed uselessly onto the floor. Where proud warriors had stood only seconds earlier, pigs now scrambled in panic, fully aware, still possessing human minds, trapped inside animal bodies. Circe smiled sadly, as though this happened every day. She herded them calmly into a stone pen, locked the gate, then returned to her weaving. Outside, Eurylochus could not move. He had seen everything. He had heard his friends screaming until those screams became squeals. His legs finally obeyed him. He ran, Branches whipped across his face. He stumbled, fell, rose again, never once looking behind. By the time he reached the ships, he could barely breathe. Odysseus caught him before he collapsed. What happened? Eurylochus opened his mouth. No words came, only terror. Finally, they're gone. Gone? They're... His voice shook violently. They're pigs. Silence. The crew stared. Some believed grief had broken his mind. Others remembered the Cyclops. Nothing felt impossible anymore. Odysseus listened carefully. Every detail, every step, every word spoken by the mysterious woman. When Eurylochus finished, he reached for his sword. I'm going. Instantly, several sailors blocked his path. You'll die. Captain, we've already lost too many. Odysseus looked at each of them. They're still my men. No one answered, because every one of them knew he would have done the same for them. Alone, Odysseus walked into the forest. No companions, no army, only a sword, a bow, and determination. The woods grew strangely quiet. Even the birds stopped singing. Then, a young shepherd appeared on the path, bright-eyed, handsome, carrying nothing but a traveler's staff. The stranger said, "You choose the difficult road." Odysseus stopped immediately. "You know me?" The shepherd laughed softly. "Better than you imagine." There was something unusual about his voice. It carried impossible confidence, ancient confidence, as though every secret in the world amused him. Then, before Odysseus' eyes, the shepherd changed. Not dramatically, not with thunder or fire, simply became someone else. His appearance shimmered. The ordinary traveler vanished. Standing before him now was one of Olympus' greatest gods, Hermes, messenger of Zeus, guide of souls, patron of travelers, and perhaps the cleverest immortal alive. He smiled knowingly at the king of Ithaca. "You've impressed my sister Athena more than... But cleverness alone won't save you today." Hermes knelt beside a small flowering plant growing among the rocks. Its white blossom gleamed beneath the sunlight. Its roots were black as night. This herb, he carefully pulled it from the earth, is called moly. The gods can gather it. Most mortals cannot. He placed it into Odysseus' hand. When Circe offers you her enchanted wine, drink. The magic will fail. When she draws her sword, you must be faster. Do not kill her. Make her swear by the river Styx never to betray you. Only then, Hermes smiled one last time. In this journey, he said quietly, you will discover that monsters are not always monsters, and friends do not always arrive looking like friends. With that, the god disappeared into the trees. Odysseus stood alone once more. The strange flower rested in his palm. Ahead, hidden among the forest, Circe's palace waited. For the first time since leaving Troy, Odysseus was about to face an enemy. Not with strength, not with deception, but with trust. Whether that trust would save him or destroy him was a question even the gods seemed willing to wait to answer. The palace doors stood open. No guards, no walls lined with archers, no warning. Only the quiet melody of a woman singing as she worked. It was a strange sound, not joyful, not sad, timeless, like someone who had lived so long that ordinary days had stopped surprising her. Odysseus tightened his grip around the white flower Hermes had given him, moly. To any other man, it looked ordinary. To the gods, it was protection itself. He slipped it beneath his cloak, then walked forward. Circe looked up before he spoke. Her eyes rested on him with calm curiosity. Unlike Polyphemus, she did not tower over him. Unlike the Lotus Eaters, she did not pretend innocence. Unlike the storms, she did not rage. She simply observed. "You've come a long way." Her voice was warm. "You look tired." Odysseus remained silent. She smiled faintly. "You needn't fear me. I offer shelter, food, a warm fire. No man should continue such a journey hungry." Everything about her sounded sincere. Every word, every gesture. Real monsters rarely announce themselves. They earn your trust first. She prepared a magnificent feast. Fresh bread still steaming from the oven. Roasted meat seasoned with herbs unfamiliar to Greek cooks. Sweet figs. Honey. Dark wine poured into polished cups. The aroma filled the room. Odysseus suddenly realized how hungry he truly was. His body wanted to eat. His instincts wanted to refuse. Circe slid the wine toward him. "For your journey." Odysseus met her eyes. Then he drank. The enchanted potion flowed into his body. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. Circe watched patiently. She lifted her polished wand, touched his shoulder, and spoke words older than kingdoms. Magic spread through the room like invisible smoke. Ordinary men would already have been changing, bones bending, skin twisting, voices disappearing. Odysseus did not move. Circe frowned. She touched him again. Nothing. Her calm expression disappeared. For the first time, the immortal enchantress looked genuinely surprised. Odysseus moved first. In one fluid motion, he drew his bronze sword and stepped forward. The blade stopped only inches from her throat. The room became perfectly still. Circe stared at him, not frightened, curious, very curious. "You are," she whispered, "not an ordinary man." Odysseus' voice remained steady. "Change them back." She continued studying him. Then, something unexpected happened. She laughed, not mockingly, almost with admiration. "So, the messenger reached you?" She nodded. "I should have guessed." Only a god could have broken her spell. She slowly lowered her wand, then raised one hand peacefully. "I swear." By the river Styx. Among the immortals, there was no greater oath. A god could break promises, not that one. The Styx bound even Olympus itself. "I will not harm you. I will restore your companions." Odysseus lowered his sword. Just enough, not completely. Trust, once broken, returns slowly. Circe walked calmly toward the stone enclosure. The pigs squealed desperately as she approached. One by one, she touched them with a different potion. The transformation began. Bristles withdrew into skin, hooves separated into fingers, snouts shortened. Within moments, bewildered men knelt upon the ground, naked, shaking, completely human again. Some burst into tears. Others embraced one another. One man simply touched his own face again and again, unable to believe it was real. Odysseus expected celebration. Instead, he saw confusion. The experience had changed them. One sailor whispered, "I could still think. I knew who I was, but I couldn't speak." Another added quietly, I watched everything. I couldn't stop myself. Fear crossed every face. Not fear of Circe anymore. Fear of helplessness. There are few things more terrifying than remaining yourself while losing control of your own body. Circe watched silently. After a long pause, she spoke. "You think I enjoy this?" No one answered. She looked toward the forest, the wolves outside, the lions, the great cats. They were not innocent travelers. They came here with swords. They came to take. They came believing a woman living alone could not defend herself. She met Odysseus' eyes, so I changed them. Her voice carried no pride, only exhaustion. For centuries, I have watched men arrive convinced that power belongs to them. Most never ask my name before reaching for their weapons. The room fell silent. Odysseus understood. Ancient stories often called Circe a witch, a temptress, a sorceress. But even within Homer's epic, she was something more complicated. Neither wholly cruel nor wholly kind. A lonely immortal. Living in a world where almost every stranger arrived expecting conquest. Odysseus slowly sheathed his sword. For the first time, he truly looked at her, not as an enemy, as a person. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. Circe welcomed the Greeks into her halls. The palace that had seemed so frightening slowly became a refuge. The men recovered, their wounds healed. Fresh clothing replaced salt-stiff armor. Every evening, fires burned brightly while servants prepared generous meals. For the first time since leaving Troy, the sailors laughed again. Some hunted deer through the forests. Others repaired damaged ships. Many forgot, for a little while, that they were still lost. Even Odysseus changed. The constant tension left his face. He and Circe spoke long into the evenings. About kingdoms, about the gods, about loneliness, about immortality. She had witnessed generations rise and disappear. Kings whose names had once shaken the earth were now remembered by no one. Empires had become forests. Palaces had become ruins. Only she remained. "Do you know," she asked one night, "what immortality truly is?" Odysseus waited. "It is attending every funeral, except your own." The words lingered between them. Sometimes, mortality gives life its meaning. Almost a full year passed. One morning, Eurylochus approached Odysseus. Carefully, respectfully. "My king." Odysseus looked up. "What is it?" The officer hesitated, then quietly said, "We've begun forgetting. Not our families, our faces." The words struck Odysseus like cold water. Eurylochus continued, "I barely remember what Telemachus looked like." Another sailor stepped forward. "My daughter was 3 when I left. If we stay much longer, I won't know her." Silence spread through the hall. Circe understood before Odysseus spoke. The palace had become another version of the lotus. Not through magic, through comfort. It is easy to abandon impossible journeys when life becomes pleasant enough. Odysseus walked outside, toward the shoreline. The ships rested where they had landed months earlier. Weathered, waiting. He stared west. Somewhere beyond that endless horizon, Penelope still waited. Or perhaps she had finally stopped. He had no way of knowing. 20 years changes everything, even love, especially love. Behind him, Circe approached quietly. "You've decided." He nodded. "I have. You must." She looked toward the sea. The road home has become darker than you know." Then she said something that drained the color from every sailor listening nearby. "If you wish to see Ithaca again, you must first travel to the land of the dead." The wind seemed to disappear. No one spoke. The underworld, the kingdom of Hades. No living man willingly sailed there. Odysseus looked at Circe, wondering if he had heard correctly. She met his gaze without hesitation. "There is knowledge only the dead can give, and unless you hear it, you will never find your way home." The sea had taken him to monsters, storms, enchantresses. Now, it demanded something no Greek hero had ever sought willingly. He would have to sail beyond the edge of the living world. There were places every Greek child knew existed, but prayed they would never see. The battlefield, the execution stone, the funeral pyre, and beyond them all, the kingdom of Hades. It was not merely where the dead lived, it was where memory itself began to fade. A land without sunlight, without birdsong, where kings and beggars became shadows alike. Every sailor standing on Circe's shore had heard stories of it since childhood. No one imagined a living man would ever sail there and return. Yet Circe did not speak as though it were impossible. She spoke as though it were necessary. That evening, the palace felt strangely quiet. No songs echoed through its halls. No laughter drifted from the tables. Even the fire seemed to burn more softly. The men sat together in silence. Some sharpened weapons they knew would be useless against ghosts. Others stared into empty cups, trying not to imagine what waited beyond the western sea. Odysseus found Circe standing alone beneath the stars. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Finally, she broke the silence. "You've been wondering why I didn't tell you sooner." Odysseus nodded. "You knew." "I did, and you let us stay." "I did. Why?" Circe looked toward the dark horizon. "Because no man should begin the hardest journey of his life, already exhausted." There was no deception in her voice, no hidden motive, only understanding. She had watched heroes come and go for centuries. She knew something Odysseus was only beginning to learn. Strength alone never carried anyone home. Sometimes, rest was part of the journey. Before dawn, Circe prepared everything herself. A black ram, a black ewe, dark wine, honey, barley, sacred water. Each item carefully chosen, each carrying ancient meaning. She explained every step, every prayer, "You must not make mistakes." Her voice was calm. "The dead listen carefully." She paused. "When you arrive, dig a trench. Pour the offerings. Only then will the souls come." Odysseus listened without interruption. She continued, "But listen to me carefully." Her eyes locked onto his. "No spirit may drink the blood until the prophet Tiresias has spoken. If another reaches it first, you may never receive the answer you seek." Odysseus had faced armies, cyclopes, storms, magic. None of those instructions frightened him as much as this, because every warning implied something else. The dead were hungry. When the ships finally departed, Circe remained standing on the shoreline. She did not wave. She did not call after them. She simply watched until the last sail disappeared into the mist. Perhaps because immortals understood something mortals rarely accepted. Some goodbyes are final. The sea changed. Not violently, quietly. Day after day, the sunlight grew weaker. the air colder. Birds vanished. Even the dolphins that had often followed the ships disappeared. The stars seemed farther away. One sailor whispered, "It feels as though the world is ending." Another crossed himself before the household gods he carried in a small pouch. No one mocked him. Everyone felt it. The farther west they sailed, the less alive the ocean became. Even the waves seemed reluctant to move. Odysseus stood alone at the bow. He remembered Troy. He remembered the Cyclops, the Lotus, Circe. Every trial had asked the same question in different ways. Who are you when everything familiar disappears? A king without a kingdom, a husband without his wife, a father without his son, a hero without an audience. Piece by piece, the voyage had stripped away every title. Soon, only the man himself would remain. Perhaps that was always the point. The horizon vanished, not behind clouds, behind darkness. Ahead lay a coast unlike anything any of them had ever seen. No sunlight touched it. Black cliffs rose from black water. A cold mist crawled silently across the shore. No wind stirred the trees. No insects buzzed. No waves crashed. Everything was still. One sailor whispered so quietly he barely heard himself. No one disagreed. The ships touched land without a sound. The beach itself was dark. Not black sand, dark earth, as though generations of shadows had settled there. Odysseus stepped ashore first. The cold surprised him. Not the cold of winter, the absence of warmth itself. His breath drifted visibly before him, even though no snow covered the ground. Behind him, his men unloaded Circe's offerings. No one spoke above a whisper. It felt disrespectful, as though louder voices might wake something sleeping beneath the earth. Following Circe's instructions exactly, Odysseus found an open place. He drew his sword, knelt, and began digging. The blade cut into the soil. Each strike sounded strangely hollow. Soon a shallow trench stretched before him. He poured honey mixed with milk, then sweet wine, then clear water. Finally, he scattered barley across the ground. The offerings disappeared into the earth, almost as though the land itself drank them. Then came the final sacrifice, the black ram, the black ewe. Odysseus whispered prayers to the unseen gods. His sword flashed. Blood flowed into the trench. The moment the first drops touched the ground, everything changed. The mist began moving, not with the wind, toward them. Shapes formed inside it. At first, they resembled drifting smoke. Then, faces. Old men, young women, children, soldiers still wearing invisible wounds, kings crowned with shadows, mothers reaching for infants no longer in their arms, every direction filled with silent figures. The dead, not monsters, not demons, people. People who had once laughed, loved, dreamed. Now, they gathered around the trench, watching the blood, hungry. One sailor dropped his spear. Another fell to his knees. Several backed toward the ships in panic. Odysseus drew his sword, not against enemies, against desperation itself. He remembered Circe's warning. No soul, no matter who it had once been, could drink first. The ghosts surged forward. Their eyes never left the blood. Odysseus held them back with his sword. His arms shook, not from effort, from sorrow. Because among those countless faces, he began recognizing them. Men who had died beneath Troy, companions lost at sea, warriors whose bodies he himself had buried. They stared at him silently, not accusing, not welcoming, simply waiting. Then, one shadow stepped closer than the others, a young man, still wearing the armor of Greece. Odysseus froze. He knew that face, Elpenor, one of his own sailors. But that was impossible. He had left Circe's island alive. The ghost looked at him with, "My king!" Odysseus felt the world tilt beneath his feet. "Elpenor?" The young man nodded. "You forgot me." A silence heavier than stone settled over the shore. Odysseus searched his memory. The celebrations, the departure, the preparations. Then suddenly, he remembered. The night before they sailed, Elpenor had drunk too much wine. He had climbed onto the palace roof to sleep in the cool night air. When dawn came, he woke suddenly, still half asleep. He forgot where he was. He stepped forward and fell. His neck broke instantly. In the rush to leave for the underworld, no one had noticed he was missing. No one had buried him. His body still lay on Circe's island, alone, unmourned. Odysseus closed his eyes. The realization cut deeper than any blade. He had survived monsters, only to fail one of his own men. Elpenor's voice remained gentle. "Please, when you return, give me a proper burial. Do not leave me forgotten." Odysseus bowed his head. "I swear it." The ghost smiled faintly, then slowly disappeared back into the mist. But the blood continued to ripple. More shadows gathered. The greatest among them had not yet arrived. Somewhere within that endless darkness, the blind prophet Tiresias was approaching. And with him, the truth that would determine whether Odysseus would ever see Ithaca again. The mist thickened. It no longer drifted across the shore. It surrounded them. The living and the dead stood only a few steps apart, yet they belonged to worlds that should never have touched. The trench of blood lay between them like a doorway. Around it, countless souls waited, silent, patient, hungry. Odysseus gripped his sword until his hands ached. Circe had warned him. No spirit could drink before Tiresias, no matter who appeared, no matter who begged, no matter who he recognized. The future of everyone still breathing depended on that promise. Then, another figure emerged, not walking, almost floating. An old woman. Her movements were gentle, familiar. Odysseus stared. His heart stopped. He knew her face. Even after 20 years, he knew it. "Mother." His voice broke before the word was finished. Anticlea, the woman who had held him as a child, who had watched him become king, who had embraced him before he sailed for Troy. She smiled, exactly as she always had. Then she reached toward the blood. Instinctively, Odysseus stepped between her and the trench. His sword blocked her path. She looked at him with quiet sadness. She did not speak. She simply waited. Every part of him wanted to throw away the sword, to embrace her, to ask 1,000 questions. "How are you here? When did you die? Is father beside you? Does Penelope still wait? Does Telemachus remember me?" But he remembered Circe's warning. He could not yet. Imagine seeing someone you love again after 20 years and being unable to speak to them. That was the price of wisdom. Odysseus lowered his head. "I'm sorry." His mother's spirit nodded gently, as though she understood. Then she stepped back into the shadows. The silence deepened. Even the restless spirits withdrew. Something greater approached. A figure carrying a golden staff appeared through the darkness. An old man, blind, yet somehow looking directly toward Odysseus. Tiresias, the greatest prophet of Greece. Even death had not taken his gift. He, alone among the dead, still possessed perfect understanding. Odysseus stepped aside. The prophet knelt before the trench. He drank. Color returned to his shadowy face. His empty eyes seemed almost alive. Then he spoke. His voice sounded older than mountains. "Odysseus, you have traveled farther alive than most men travel after death. You seek your home, you seek your wife, you seek your son, you seek peace." He paused, then slowly shook his head. "But peace still lies far away." Every sailor leaned forward. Even the dead seemed to listen. Tiresias continued, "The Earthshaker, Poseidon, has not forgotten." The words struck like cold iron. Odysseus had hoped perhaps the sea god's anger had faded. The prophet erased that hope instantly. "You wounded his son. You wounded his pride. Gods forgive many things. Pride, they forgive last." Odysseus lowered his eyes. For the first time, he truly understood. The greatest wound he had inflicted upon Polyphemus was not blindness, it was humiliation. And the greatest mistake he himself had made was giving the Cyclops his name. "But hear me carefully." Tiresias raised his staff. "The path home is not closed. There remains one road." Hope flickered again. "You will reach an island where the sacred cattle of Helios graze. They are not ordinary animals. They belong to the sun himself. They are never to be harmed, never hunted, never eaten, not one." His voice hardened. "If your men leave them untouched, you may yet reach Ithaca. But if hunger overcomes wisdom," the prophet looked directly into Odysseus' soul, "every ship will be destroyed. Every companion will die. You alone will continue." The beach fell silent. Odysseus wanted to object, to promise, to swear he would stop them. But somehow, he already sensed the truth. You cannot always save people from themselves. Tiresias was not finished. His expression softened. "You dream of home, but home has changed. When you return, you will not find peace waiting." Odysseus felt the air leave his lungs. His greatest fear, spoken aloud. "In your halls, men consume your wealth. They court your faithful wife. They believe you dead. They mock your son." Every sentence landed like another stone. Telemachus, Penelope, Ithaca. Everything he had fought to protect had become a battlefield without him. "But hear this," the prophet continued. "You will return. No army beside you, no fleet, no armor shining in the sun. You will arrive as a beggar." The surviving sailors exchanged confused glances. "A beggar? The conqueror of Troy? King of Ithaca?" Tiresias nodded slowly. "The greatest victory of your life will not be won by looking like a king." The prophet's voice became quieter, as though speaking of things few mortals were meant to hear. "When justice has finally been done, your journey will not truly end. You must take an oar and walk inland. Walk until you meet people who do not know the sea, who mistake your oar for a farmer's shovel. Only there Will Poseidon's anger finally end? The prophecy puzzled everyone, even Odysseus. What, people had never seen the sea? How could anyone mistake an oar for anything else? Tiresias offered no explanation. Some answers belong only to the future. The prophet stepped away from the trench. His strength faded. Before returning to the shadows, he spoke one final sentence. The hardest monsters are not waiting outside. They are waiting inside tired men. Then he vanished. His staff disappeared into the darkness. The mist closed behind him. The prophecy remained. Only then did Odysseus lower his sword. His mother approached once more. This time, he allowed her to drink. The blood restored her memory. Her eyes brightened. She smiled. "My son." He dropped to his knees. The words he had held back burst free. "Mother, how? When? Who did this to you?" She reached toward him. He reached toward her. His hands passed through empty air, like smoke, like cold mist. She was there, yet she was not. Tears filled Odysseus' eyes. He tried again. Again. His embrace found nothing. Anticleus smiled sadly. "This is the way of the dead." He bowed his head. "What happened?" She answered quietly. "No illness, no blade, no god. I died, waiting." The words shattered him. "I waited for news. I waited for..." My heart simply became too tired. Odysseus closed his eyes. He had fought monsters across the world, but he had never imagined that absence itself could kill. His mother continued, "Your father still lives, but grief has driven him from the palace. He works alone in the fields, wearing old clothes. He no longer cares for kingship, only memories." And a faint smile returned. "She has remained faithful. Every night she weeps. Every morning she begins hoping again." Odysseus could no longer speak. The distance between Troy and Ithaca had never felt greater. Not because of miles, because of everything that had been lost while he was away. His mother slowly stepped backward. "The living must continue. My son, go home." The mist embraced her once more, and she was gone. Forever. The shore grew quiet again. But the underworld had not yet finished with Odysseus, because beyond the gathering shadows, other great souls had begun to appear. Warriors, kings, legends, men whose choices had shaped the age before his own. And among them stood the greatest warrior Greece had ever known, Achilles. The greatest hero envied the living. The mist opened once again. Another figure stepped toward the trench. Broad shoulders, a towering frame, armor that no longer gleamed, yet still carried the memory of countless battles. Even in death, he seemed larger than every other soul around him. Odysseus knew him instantly. Achilles, the man whose name had terrified Troy for 10 long years. The warrior mothers whispered about when teaching their sons what courage looked like. The man who had once seemed almost impossible to kill. Now, he stood among the dead like everyone else. No brighter, no stronger, only another shadow. Achilles drank from the blood. Color briefly returned to his face. His eyes focused on Odysseus. For a moment, the old fire returned. "Odysseus, it has been many years." Odysseus bowed his head. "Great Achilles, I wish we could have met again beneath kinder skies." A faint smile crossed Achilles' face. "So do I." Silence settled between them, the silence of men who had survived the same war, but not the same fate. Odysseus searched for words. How do you speak to the greatest warrior who ever lived after finding him among the dead? Finally, he said, "All Greece still sings your name. Children grow up dreaming of becoming Achilles. You earned eternal glory." Many Greeks would have expected pride. Instead, Achilles lowered his eyes. His answer would become one of the most famous lines in all ancient literature. "Do not comfort me with glory." His voice was quiet. "I would rather be the poorest servant alive, working for a man with nothing, than rule over every soul among the dead." The words hung in the cold air. Odysseus stared. The greatest warrior in history would trade all his immortal fame for one ordinary day beneath the sun. Imagine hearing that from the man who had achieved everything warriors dreamed of: victory, honor, songs that would survive thousands of years. Yet standing in the underworld, none of it mattered. Death had stripped away reputation. Only life itself had value. It was a lesson Odysseus would never forget. Sometimes, the greatest victories are not the ones history remembers. They are simply the chance to come home. Achilles looked toward the distant darkness. "My son, Neoptolemus, tell me, did he fight well?" Odysseus smiled. For the first time since entering the underworld, he fought bravely. He entered Troy. He honored your name. He returned alive. The shadow of Achilles straightened. A quiet pride crossed his face. No triumph in battle had ever meant as much to him as those simple words. His son had lived. For a father, there is no greater victory. Achilles nodded once, then slowly stepped backward into the mist. Without another word, he disappeared. Another figure emerged, larger, older. His face carried both wisdom and sorrow. Agamemnon, High King of Mycenae, commander of the Greek armies, the man beneath whom every Greek king, including Odysseus, had served. His death had shocked the entire Greek world, but the manner of that death was even more terrible. Agamemnon drank, then looked long at Odysseus. "So, you still breathe?" Odysseus nodded. "I do. For now." Agamemnon gave a bitter laugh. "Do not envy the dead, but do not trust fortune either." The old king told his story. After 10 years of war, he had reached home. He had believed his suffering was over. His palace welcomed him. His wife embraced him. A great feast was prepared. Everything seemed perfect. Then, while he bathed, his own wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover, Aegisthus, murdered him. Not on the battlefield, not by strangers, by those waiting inside his own home. His words carried no anger anymore, only sadness. The battlefield teaches you where enemies stand. Home can be far more dangerous. Agamemnon looked directly into Odysseus' eyes. "Be careful. When you reach Ithaca, trust slowly. Watch carefully. Appear weaker than you are." The advice struck Odysseus deeply. It echoed the prophecy of Tiresias. Return as a beggar, not a king. 2 voices, 1 warning. Perhaps the gods were speaking through different mouths. As Agamemnon faded into the darkness, more heroes appeared. Ajax, who still refused to forgive Odysseus for winning the armor of Achilles. Even in death, his silence remained unbroken. Great kings, forgotten princes, women who had become legends. Each carried a different story. Each proved the same truth. Death spared no one. Not the beautiful, not the brave, not the wise. Then, a deeper darkness spread across the plain. The waiting spirits fell silent. Even Achilles had inspired respect. This presence inspired fear. Odysseus slowly turned. Far away, something enormous moved through the mist. Not quickly, deliberately. A colossal figure, carrying an impossible burden across his shoulders. King Sisyphus, forever pushing a gigantic stone uphill, only to watch it roll back down again. Again, 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 endlessly. Nearby, another soul reached desperately toward fruit hanging from branches. Each time his fingers approached, the branches lifted beyond his grasp. When he bent to drink, the water disappeared beneath his feet. Tantalus, forever starving, forever thirsty, surrounded by food and water he could never touch. Odysseus watched silently. These were not merely punishments, they were symbols. The Greeks believed the greatest prison was not chains, it was endless desire, endless repetition, endless regret. Then, a roar echoed somewhere far beyond the darkness. The ground itself vibrated, every shadow froze. Odysseus felt something ancient awaken beneath the earth. Even the dead looked afraid. His heart began pounding. Circe had warned him not to remain too long. The boundary between life and death was never meant to stay open. He suddenly understood. The longer he remained, the greater the chance something far worse than ghosts might notice him. He shouted to his companions, "Back to the ships!" No one hesitated. The offerings were finished, the prophecies spoken. The dead had shared their wisdom. Now, the living had to leave, before the underworld decided to keep them. As the Greeks pushed the ships back into the black water, Odysseus looked one final time toward the silent shore. He had come seeking directions. He was leaving with something much greater, a new understanding of life itself. He now knew that glory fades, power disappears. Even the greatest heroes become shadows. What truly endures are the people waiting for you. A wife who refuses to give up. A son growing older without his father. A homeland that still remembers your name. Those were treasures worth surviving for. The black ships turned away from the land of the dead. For the first time since leaving Troy, Odysseus no longer wondered whether he would reach Ithaca. He wondered, what kind of man would finally arrive there? But the gods had one more impossible trial prepared. Ahead lay a narrow stretch of sea where no sailor could simply steer a straight course. On one side, a six-headed monster waited among the cliffs. On the other, an endless whirlpool swallowed the ocean itself. There would be no perfect choice, only sacrifice, only loss. The names of those horrors would be remembered for thousands of years. Scylla and Charybdis. The sea welcomed them back, but it no longer felt familiar. After standing among the dead, the world of the living seemed strangely louder. The wind felt warmer. The sun, even the cries of seabirds sounded precious. The sailors breathed deeply, as if they had only just remembered what fresh air tasted like. For a while, no one spoke. Each man carried memories he could not explain. Each had looked into the place where every life eventually ended, and none of them would ever be the same again. Several days later, Circe's island appeared once more. The enchantress had been waiting. It was as though she had known exactly when they would return. She greeted them without surprise. But before she spoke of the journey ahead, Odysseus remembered his promise. Elpenor, the forgotten sailor. His body still lay where it had fallen from the palace roof. The crew searched until they found him, exactly as his spirit had described. Alone, untouched. The realization filled every man with shame. How quickly even good people can be forgotten when fear and urgency take control. Together they built a funeral pyre. They washed his body, placed his weapons beside him, raised a wooden marker above his grave. No king received greater respect, because no man deserved to be abandoned. Odysseus stood silently until the flames died. A promise made among the dead had been kept among the living. That evening, Circe prepared another feast, but no one celebrated. She studied their faces carefully. "You've seen Hades." It was not a question. No one returns unchanged. Odysseus nodded. "I met my mother." Circe lowered her eyes. "I know." "I met Achilles." "I know." Tiresias spoke. Again, "I know." Immortals measured time differently. Very little surprised them anymore. When the meal ended, Circe spread a map across a polished wooden table. Not an ordinary map. The places ahead were drawn more as warnings than locations. She pointed toward a narrow strip of sea. "This is where your next choice waits." She looked directly at Odysseus. "You cannot avoid it. There is no hidden route, no safer passage, only two dangers." Her finger rested on one side of the strait. "Scylla." The room became silent. "She lives inside the cliffs. 6 heads, 12 feet, 3 rows of teeth in every mouth. She reaches farther than any archer can shoot. No sailor has ever killed her. No ship has ever escaped completely." The men exchanged nervous glances. Circe continued, "Do not fight her. Do not stop. Row, as fast as you can." Odysseus frowned. "If we do, she will seize 6 men." Circe nodded. "Yes." No one breathed. She moved her finger to the opposite side. "Here is Charybdis." Unlike Scylla, Circe's voice grew quieter, almost fearful. 3 times each day, she drinks the sea." The sailors stared. The entire sea. The water vanishes into her mouth. When it returns, everything caught within it is destroyed. Odysseus imagined an entire ocean disappearing into darkness. No army could fight such a thing. No courage could overcome it. Only distance. "So," one sailor whispered, "we choose between them?" Circe looked at Odysseus. "No. You choose what kind of loss you can survive." The words settled over the room like heavy stone. There was no victory waiting ahead, only sacrifice. Odysseus hated impossible choices. At Troy, he had always searched for another path, another plan, another trick, another answer. This time, none existed. Fight Scylla, everyone dies. Sail toward Charybdis, everyone dies. Pass near Scylla, 6 men die. 1 decision, 6 lives. No king ever wants that burden. That night, Odysseus could not sleep. He walked alone along the shoreline. The waves whispered against the sand. For the first time in many years, he wished someone else were making the decisions. Kingship often appears glorious from a distance. From nearby, it looks very different. Every difficult choice belongs to you. Every mistake belongs to you. Every life weighs upon your conscience. The crown itself is light. Its responsibility is unbearable. Morning came. The ships departed once more. Circe remained on the beach. Before the wind carried them away, she called one final warning. "There is another danger." Odysseus turned. She hesitated, as though choosing her words carefully. "You will hear singing." The sailors looked around. The sea was empty. "No matter how beautiful it sounds, do not follow it." She paused. "Those voices belong to the sirens." Even the name-chilled experienced sailors. Their songs promised knowledge, understanding, everything a person most longed to hear. Those who listened forgot the sea, forgot the rocks, forgot survival itself. Ships drifted helplessly toward the cliffs, where only broken hulls remained. Odysseus remembered Tiresias' words. The hardest monsters are not waiting outside. They are waiting inside tired men. He suddenly understood. The sirens did not force sailors to die. They tempted them, just as the lotus had, just as pride had tempted him before the Cyclops. The greatest dangers were always those that offered exactly what people wanted most. Days later, the lookout pointed ahead. There! Dark cliffs rose from the sea. Between them stretched a narrow passage. The water churned strangely. Mist clung to the rocks. An unnatural silence settled over the fleet. No birds circled overhead. No fish leaped from the waves. Even the wind seemed unwilling to enter. Odysseus recognized it immediately. The strait. Beyond it, home. Inside it, death was already watching. He gathered every sailor. His face remained calm, though inside, his heart felt heavier than it ever had. "There is something I haven't told you." The men looked at him. "There is no safe way through." Murmurs spread across the ships. He continued, "If we sail toward the whirlpool, none of us survive. If we keep close to the cliffs..." He stopped. The next words were the hardest he had ever spoken. "Some of us won't return." Silence. Not one man argued. Not one man accused him. Because after everything they had endured together, they trusted him completely. That trust made the burden even heavier. Odysseus looked toward the dark cliffs. Hidden somewhere above, 6 hungry mouths had already begun to stir. The cleverest man in Greece had solved riddles, defeated kings, outwitted monsters, escaped the underworld itself. But now, he faced a problem that no intelligence could solve. Sometimes, leadership is not choosing the perfect answer. It is choosing the tragedy that saves the most lives. The ships entered the shadows. The cliffs closed around them. And somewhere high above, Scylla was already watching. The ships entered the strait. Immediately, the world seemed to grow smaller. Towering cliffs rose on both sides. They shut out the horizon. They shut out the wind. Even the sunlight struggled to reach the dark water below. The sea no longer rolled in broad, familiar waves. Instead, it twisted, pulled, whispered. The sailors rowed carefully. Every splash of an oar echoed against the stone walls. No birds flew overhead. No fish disturbed the water. Nature itself seemed to avoid this place. Odysseus stood at the helm. His eyes searched both sides at once. To port, the cliffs. Somewhere high above, Scylla waited. To starboard, the sea churned strangely. The water did not simply move, it spiraled slowly, hungrily. Charybdis. He had never seen either monster. He hoped he never truly would. Then, the sea disappeared. Not all at once, but impossibly fast. The sailors gasped. Ahead, the surface of the ocean collapsed inward. Thousands upon thousands of tons of water rushed downward into an enormous black hole. The sound was unlike thunder, unlike waterfalls, unlike anything created by nature. It sounded like the world itself breathing. The ships lurched violently toward it. The current seized them. One sailor screamed, "It's pulling us!" Another dropped his oar entirely. The fleet began drifting toward the whirlpool, toward Charybdis. Odysseus reacted instantly. "Left! Every man! Row!" The order exploded across the ships. Every surviving sailor dug his oar into the water. Muscles strained. Wood groaned. Hands already scarred from years of rowing split open again. Blood mixed with seawater. Still, they rowed. The current fought them with terrifying strength. Every stroke gained only inches. Every pause lost yards. Odysseus knew they were racing something no human could defeat. Time. If Charybdis completed her pull before they escaped, nothing would remain. No ships, no stories, no Ithaca. Slowly, agonizingly, the fleet began edging away from the whirlpool. The spinning water remained close enough that everyone could hear it, close enough to feel the pull beneath the hulls, close enough to know that one mistake would end everything. Odysseus allowed himself the smallest breath of relief. Then he remembered. Scylla. His eyes shot upward. The cliffs towered overhead. Dark caves dotted the rock face. 6 openings, each blacker than the last. Too quiet. Far too quiet. He reached instinctively for his bow, then stopped. Circe's warning echoed in his mind. Do not fight. Do not stop. Keep rowing. Every instinct. What kind of captain sails knowingly toward the death of his own men? But what kind of captain sacrifices everyone, trying to save 6? Leadership is cruel. Sometimes, doing nothing hurts more than doing something. Without warning, the mountain moved. At least, that was what it felt like. Long necks shot from the caves with impossible speed. Not 1, 6, each ending in a monstrous head. Their mouths opened wide enough to swallow a man whole. 3 rows of curved teeth flashed in the dim light. The attack happened so quickly that the sailors barely had time to scream. One head seized a man from the bow. Another snatched a rower directly from his bench. A third reached between 2 masts. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th. 6 men disappeared into the air. They kicked helplessly. Their hands reached desperately toward the ships, toward their friends, toward Odysseus. "Captain!" one voice cried. It echoed across the cliffs. Then it ended. The monster withdrew into the darkness. Everything became silent again. The entire attack had lasted only seconds. No blood stained the sea. No bodies floated behind them. Only 6 empty places remained. 6 abandoned oars drifted in rhythm with the waves. The surviving sailors could not move. Some continued rowing automatically. Others stared upward in horror. One young soldier whispered, "Why?" No one answered, because everyone knew. There was no answer that could lessen the pain. Odysseus never looked away from the cliffs. He forced himself to watch until the last cave disappeared behind them. Only then did he lower his head. He had seen companions die before, hundreds of them, at Troy, on the sea, inside the Cyclops cave. But these 6 felt different, because he had known someone would die. And still, He had given the order to sail forward. That burden would remain with him long after the wounds healed. Some choices save lives. They still break the person forced to make them. Hours passed before anyone spoke. Finally, Eurylochus approached quietly. "You made the only choice." Odysseus did not answer. There wasn't another way. Still, silence. Eurylochus understood. Sometimes people don't need explanations. Sometimes they simply need permission to grieve. By sunset, the strait had disappeared behind them. The sea widened once again. The wind returned. Birds circled overhead. The world looked normal, as though nothing had happened. Nature often moves on quickly. Human hearts do not. That night, no fires burned aboard the ships. No songs filled the darkness. Even hunger seemed unimportant. Each sailor remembered the face of someone who would never see home. Odysseus remained awake until dawn. The prophecy of Tiresias echoed endlessly in his thoughts. The hardest monsters are waiting inside tired men. At first, he had believed the warning referred to fear or temptation. Now, he wondered if it meant something worse. Despair. Because despair changes people. It whispers that effort no longer matters, that hope is foolish, that one more mistake cannot possibly make things worse, and desperate men make desperate decisions. As the first light of morning touched the sea, a new island appeared on the horizon. Green, peaceful, filled with grazing cattle that glittered beneath the rising sun. The sight filled the exhausted sailors with hope. Odysseus felt only dread. He recognized it immediately. The island of Thrinacia, the island of Helios, the sacred cattle from Tiresias' prophecy. The animals, they had been warned, must never touch. They had escaped monsters. They had escaped death itself. Now, their greatest enemy would be something far more ordinary: hunger. The island appeared almost heavenly. After everything they had endured, it looked impossible to fear. Green meadows rolled gently toward the sea. Ancient trees swayed in the warm breeze. Crystal streams wound through fields where magnificent cattle grazed peacefully beneath the golden sun. The animals shimmered. Their coats glowed almost like polished bronze. Their horns curved with perfect symmetry. Even from the ships, they looked different. Not wild, not domesticated. Sacred. Odysseus knew immediately where they had arrived. Thrinacia, the island of Helios, the sun god's sacred cattle. The prophecy had finally become real. His stomach tightened. He gathered every surviving sailor before a single anchor touched the shore. No speeches, no long explanations. Just one command. No one. He looked at every face. Touches the cattle. The men remained silent. Odysseus continued. I have stood in the land of the dead. I heard Tiresias with my own ears. If these animals are harmed, every one of us dies. The words carried unusual weight. These men had followed him through Troy, through storms, through monsters, through Hades itself. No one questioned him. Each nodded quietly. The promise seemed simple. Leave the cattle alone. Repair the ships. Gather fresh water. Then leave. If only fate were that simple. For several days, everything went exactly as planned. The men caught fish, collected rainwater, gathered wild fruit. The sacred cattle wandered peacefully across the hills, completely unafraid of humans. It was almost unsettling. No shepherd guarded them, no fences confined them. They needed none. Who would dare steal from a god? The sailors avoided them carefully. Some even lowered their eyes while passing. The warning remained fresh in everyone's memory. Then, the sky changed. Dark clouds rolled across the horizon. A violent wind slammed into the island. Rain fell sideways. The sea became impossible. Every attempt to launch the ships ended in disaster. The anchors dragged. The waves hurled the vessels back onto the shore. No captain, not even Odysseus, could sail against such weather. They waited. 1 day became 3. 3 became 10. 10 became weeks. The storm never truly ended. It simply refused to let them leave. Their supplies disappeared first, then the fish. The sea grew strangely empty. Even the birds seemed to vanish. Soon, the sailors were eating roots, wild herbs, anything that could quiet the pain inside their stomachs. Hunger changes people, not immediately, slowly. It steals patience, then hope, then judgment. Every conversation became shorter, every disagreement sharper. The men who had survived 10 years of war now found themselves defeated by an empty stomach. Odysseus watched them carefully. He recognized the danger. Not outside, inside, exactly as Tiresias had warned. One evening he gathered everyone once more. Endure. The storm will end. The gods are testing us. Someone answered quietly, perhaps. Another whispered, or perhaps the gods have abandoned us. No one challenged him, because everyone had begun wondering the same thing. Among the crew, one man struggled more than anyone else. Eurylochus, faithful, practical, the officer who had survived Circe because he trusted caution. He respected Odysseus deeply. But he also carried responsibility. He watched men growing weaker every day. He watched fathers wondering if they would die of starvation within sight of food. He began asking himself a terrible question. What if the prophecy was wrong? One afternoon, Odysseus walked alone into the hills to pray. He wanted guidance, strength, an answer from the gods. The forest grew peaceful around him. Exhaustion finally overcame him. For the first time in many days, he fell asleep beneath an ancient tree. Back at the camp, the remaining sailors sat in miserable silence. The smell of roasting roots filled the air, barely enough for children, certainly not enough for warriors. Then Eurylochus stood. No one interrupted him. "My friends," his voice trembled, "we have survived everything. Troy, the Cyclops, the dead." He looked toward the grazing cattle. "But now, we are dying anyway." Silence. He continued, "I know what Odysseus said. I know the prophecy. But tell me, which death is better? To starve slowly, or to risk the anger of a god?" No one answered, because hunger had already begun answering inside them. Eurylochus walked toward the herd. The others followed, not eagerly, reluctantly, like men walking toward their own execution. One sailor stopped. "We swore." Eurylochus nodded. "We did. And if Helios destroys us afterward," he closed his eyes briefly, "at least we'll die with full stomachs." It was not courage speaking, not rebellion, desperation. History is filled with people who never intended to become tragic. They simply reached the point where every choice looked terrible. The first cow lifted its head. It did not run. It did not resist, almost as if it already knew. The sacrifice was quick. The men wept as they worked. Some whispered apologies. Others begged forgiveness before raising their knives. No celebration followed. No laughter. Only desperate eating. The smell of roasted meat drifted across the island. Upward, toward the heavens. Far above, Helios watched. Every morning, it was his sacred duty to drive the sun across the sky. Every evening, he looked down upon his beloved cattle. He knew every one of them. Now, he saw smoke. He saw blood. He saw his sacred herd lying dead upon the grass. The sun god rose in fury, straight before Zeus himself. "If justice still exists," Helios declared, "punish them. If not, I will refuse to bring daylight to the world." Imagine the threat. Without the sun, there would be no harvests, no seasons, no life. Even Zeus listened. The king of the gods answered only once, "It shall be done." Odysseus awoke suddenly. Something felt wrong. The wind had changed. He ran back toward the camp. Long before he arrived, he smelled it. Roasting meat. His heart stopped. "No," he whispered. "No." He burst through the trees. The feast had already ended. Bones lay scattered across the ground. The sacred herd was gone. His sailors looked up slowly. No one spoke. No one needed to. Odysseus understood immediately. The prophecy. The warning. He looked at Eurylochus. Neither man blamed the other. What was done could never be undone. Then, something impossible happened. The hides of the slaughtered cattle began moving, even though no flesh remained. The empty skins crawled across the ground. The severed meat upon the cooking spits began to bellow. The sound echoed across the hills, not with pain, with judgment. The sailors stumbled backward in horror. No one touched another bite. It was too late. The gods had already seen. Several days later, the storm ended. Instantly, the sea became perfectly calm. The sky cleared. The sunlight returned. The sailors cheered. At last, they could leave. Only Odysseus remained silent. He knew this calm did not mean forgiveness. It meant the sentence had already been decided. The ships sailed once more. The island slowly disappeared behind them. No one looked back. High above, dark clouds gathered again. Not ordinary clouds. Clouds waiting for Zeus. The king of Olympus had lifted his thunderbolt, and before another sunset, the fleet that had conquered Troy would cease to exist. For a single morning, the world looked beautiful again. The sky stretched endlessly above them, bright blue, cloudless. The sea rolled gently beneath the ships. A warm breeze filled the sails. After weeks trapped on Thrinacia, the sailors smiled for the first time in what felt like forever. Someone laughed. Another began humming an old song from Ithaca. Even Eurylochus allowed himself to believe. Perhaps the worst had passed. Perhaps Helios had forgiven them. Perhaps the prophecy had been only a warning, not a certainty. Odysseus looked toward the horizon. His face never changed. He had lived too long among gods to mistake silence for mercy. The fleet sailed steadily west. Each hour carried them farther from the forbidden island. The sacred cattle disappeared behind the horizon. The sailors relaxed. Some repaired ropes. Others cleaned armor already rusting from years at sea. One young man pointed toward a pod of dolphins swimming beside the ships. "They've returned." Another smiled. "A good sign." Odysseus watched the dolphins. Then he noticed something strange. Without warning, every dolphin turned sharply away. not frightened, fleeing. The birds overhead disappeared. The wind stopped. The sails collapsed. Silence. The kind of silence that exists only before something terrible happens. Far above the clouds, on Mount Olympus, Zeus stood. The king of the gods held a thunderbolt in his hand. It was not merely lightning. Helios stood beside him, watching, waiting. No anger remained in the sun god's face now, only certainty. Justice had been promised. Justice would come. Zeus looked toward the tiny ships crossing the endless sea. The men below could not even imagine that the ruler of the universe had fixed his eyes upon them. Then he released the thunderbolt. The sky exploded. Lightning split the heavens from horizon to horizon. Not once. Again. 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 The sea instantly transformed into chaos. A wind stronger than any storm they had ever faced slammed into the fleet. The mast of the lead ship snapped like dry wood. Sails ripped apart, oars shattered. The sailors screamed over the roar of the wind. Odysseus grabbed the steering oar. "Hold together! Don't panic!" His voice vanished beneath the thunder. Another bolt struck. This time, it found its target. The flagship. The ship that had carried Odysseus since leaving Troy. The lightning struck the mast directly. For one blinding instant, the vessel became pure light. Then, it exploded. Wood burst apart in every direction. Burning splinters rained across the sea. The force threw every man into the water. Odysseus surfaced, gasping. The world had become madness. Broken ships rolled between towering waves. Men shouted for help. Some clung to floating beams. Others vanished beneath the water before anyone could reach them. He spotted Eurylochus struggling nearby. For a brief second, their eyes met. No blame, no anger, only understanding. The prophecy had been true. A wave larger than the others crashed over them. When it passed, Eurylochus was gone. Forever. One by one, the companions of Odysseus disappeared. Men who had marched beside him beneath Troy's walls, men who had survived the Trojan horse, men who had escaped the Cyclops, men who had walked beside him through the underworld. The sea claimed them all. No swords, no monsters, no glorious final battle. Only water. Endless, merciless water. Sometimes history ends quietly. Not with triumph, not with speeches, simply with names disappearing beneath the waves. Odysseus fought to stay alive. A broken mast floated nearby. He grabbed it with bleeding hands. The current spun him through the wreckage. Fragments of shattered ships drifted spears, pieces of shields. The entire fleet reduced to floating wood. He looked desperately around him. "Hold on!" he shouted. No answer. Again, Eurylochus. Nothing. The sea answered only with waves. The prophecy of Tiresias echoed through his mind. Every companion will die. You alone will continue. At the time, he had prayed the prophet was wrong. He wished he had listened more carefully. Because knowing the future does not always give you the power to change it. The storm drove him relentlessly, hour after hour. Day became night. Night became another day. He no longer knew where he was, or whether he still wanted to survive. 20 years. 20 years of war. 20 years of loss. 20 years of watching friends disappear. Now, he was alone. Completely alone. The cleverest man in Greece. the conqueror of Troy, king of Ithaca, reduced to a single exhausted man, clinging to broken wood in the middle of an endless sea. Then, the current changed. Ahead, the water began spinning. Odysseus recognized it instantly. Impossible. Charybdis, the whirlpool, the same monster they had barely escaped before. The storm had carried him back. The sea itself was delivering him to death. He dug his hands into the floating mast. It made no difference. The current grew stronger. The whirlpool roared like a living creature. The ocean folded inward, dragging everything with it. The broken mast spun wildly. Closer, closer. Odysseus looked upward. Above the whirlpool, an ancient fig tree clung impossibly to the cliff. Its branches stretched over the churning water. As the mast passed beneath, Odysseus made one final desperate choice. He let go. For a heartbeat, he flew through empty air. His fingers caught a branch. Barely. The broken mast vanished below him. The whirlpool swallowed it whole. It disappeared into darkness. Had he held on 1 second longer, history would have ended there. For hours, Odysseus hung suspended above death. His hands bled. His shoulders burned. Below him, Charybdis breathed. 3 times the sea vanished. 3 times it returned. He waited. There was nothing else he could do. Sometimes survival requires courage. Sometimes intelligence. Sometimes strength. And sometimes it simply requires refusing to let go. At last, the whirlpool spat the broken mast back onto the surface. Odysseus released the tree, dropped into the sea, caught the floating timber once more, and allowed the current to carry him away. He had escaped Charybdis. Twice. No other mortal in Greek mythology ever could claim the same. But victory brought no comfort. There was no crew left to celebrate. No ships, no kingdom, no friends. Only silence. Only the sea. Far ahead, a lonely island slowly appeared through the morning mist. Beautiful, green, peaceful. Odysseus did not know it yet, but this island would become his prison for 7 long years. Its ruler was not a monster, not an enemy, not even a who would offer him everything he had ever wanted. Everything, except the one thing he desired most, home. Her name was Calypso, ACT8, the goddess who offered forever. The waves carried him for days, perhaps longer. Odysseus eventually stopped counting. The sun rose, the sun set, again, 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 without companions, without a ship, without time lost its meaning. His body was covered with cuts from shattered timber. Salt burned every wound. His lips cracked from thirst. More than once, he wondered if this was what dying felt like. Not sudden, just slowly becoming too tired to keep fighting. Yet each time he closed his eyes, one image returned. Penelope, standing in the doorway of the palace, watching the sea, waiting. As long as that image remained, he refused to let go. At dawn on the next day, the sea finally released him. A gentle wave carried him onto soft white sand. For several minutes, he did not move. He simply lay there, listening. No thunder, no screams, no crashing ships, only waves, birds, leaves moving gently in the breeze. After everything he had when he finally lifted his head, he thought he had reached paradise. Ancient cedar trees shaded clear freshwater streams. Flowers covered the hillsides. Vines heavy with grapes climbed over smooth stone. Fruit trees bent beneath the weight of ripe figs and olives. Wild animals wandered without fear. Even the air smelled different. Fresh, sweet, alive. It seemed impossible that such beauty could exist in the same world as Scylla, or Troy, or the underworld. This was Ogygia, though Odysseus did not yet know its name. Someone was watching him, not from hiding, patiently, as though she had expected him. She stepped from beneath the trees, tall, radiant. Her presence transformed the landscape around her. She needed no crown to announce who she was. No mortal carried themselves with such effortless grace. She was one of the immortals, Calypso, a daughter of the Titan Atlas, a goddess who lived alone on an island almost forgotten by the rest of the world. She looked at the broken man lying on her shore. She saw not a king, not the conqueror of Troy, not the hero of countless stories. She saw a man who had lost everything. Without speaking, she knelt beside him. She offered him water. He drank. She offered him fruit. He ate. Then, for the first time in many years, someone asked him nothing. No plans, no commands, no battles, no prophecies, only rest. Sometimes, kindness arrives so quietly that we mistake it for ordinary. Weeks passed. She healed the wounds on his body. She prepared food. She sang songs older than the Olympian gods themselves. She showed him hidden waterfalls and quiet forests untouched by war. No enemies came to Ogygia. No storms reached its shores. No kings demanded impossible decisions. There was only peace, the kind of peace Odysseus had not known since he was a young man. But peace is not the same thing as home. Each evening, Calypso found him sitting on the western shore, always facing the same direction, always watching the sea. At first, she said nothing. Eventually, she asked, "What do you see?" Odysseus smiled faintly. "Ithaca." She looked toward the empty horizon. "There is nothing there." He nodded. "I know." As the years passed, Calypso came to love him. Ancient writers tell us that she offered him everything: comfort, safety, power, and one gift no human had ever truly possessed: immortality. "Stay," she told him one evening. "Never grow old. Never fear death again. We can live together forever." Imagine that offer. Every human being has wondered, at least once, what it would be like never to die. Odysseus did not hesitate. Calypso stared at him. She genuinely could not understand. "You would choose aging? You would choose pain? You would choose death?" Odysseus looked out across the sea, then answered with words that revealed everything he had become. Yes. He thought of Penelope, her hands no longer as young as when he had left, her hair perhaps touched by gray, her face changed by 20 years of waiting. Then he looked back at Calypso. The goddess was impossibly beautiful. She would never age, never wrinkle, never weaken. Yet, he still chose Penelope. Because love is not measured by perfection. It is measured by shared life, shared memories, shared time. He spoke quietly. "You are more beautiful than any mortal woman. Ancient poets never pretend otherwise. But beauty is not why I wish to go home. I miss," he struggled to continue. The sound of my son's voice, the smell of olive wood burning in winter, the hills where I learned to walk, the silence after sunset in Ithaca. He smiled sadly. I even miss repairing broken fences. Calypso listened without interruption. For immortals, centuries passed like seasons. For mortals, every ordinary moment was precious because it would never come again. That was something immortality could never replace. Year after year, Odysseus continued walking to the same shoreline. Every evening, without fail, he sat on the rocks, watched the waves, and wept. Not loudly, quietly, like a man who no longer had, yet somehow still found more. Homer tells us this became his daily life. While the goddess loved him, his heart remained somewhere far beyond the horizon, in Ithaca. 7 years passed. 7. By now, more than 20 years had passed since Odysseus had left his kingdom. Telemachus was no longer a child. He had become a man without truly knowing his father. Penelope had spent 2 decades refusing to surrender hope. Laertes had grown old in loneliness. The world continued changing, without its absent king. And still, Odysseus remained trapped, not by chains, not by force, but because no ship existed to carry him away. Sometimes, the gentlest prisons are the hardest to escape. Far above, on Mount Olympus, the goddess Athena had remained silent for many years. She had watched. She had guided where she could. But now, even she believed enough was enough. She stood before Zeus. The war ended long ago. Troy has fallen. Every other king has returned. Why must Odysseus continue suffering? Zeus remained thoughtful. Poseidon still hated the king of Ithaca, but even divine anger could not last forever. Finally, the king of the gods nodded. It is time. He turned toward Hermes, the swift messenger of Olympus. Go. Tell Calypso, the man must be released. Far away, Odysseus sat once again on the familiar rocks beside the sea, watching another sunset, believing it would be exactly like every sunset before it. He did not know that the gods had finally made their decision. After 7 years of waiting, his journey home was about to begin again. ACT 9. The Aegeades finally speak. The sun rose over Ogygia exactly as it always had. Golden light spilled across the waterfalls. Birds filled the forest with song. The breeze carried the scent of cedar and wildflowers. Nothing looked different. Yet somewhere beyond the clouds, history had already changed. For the first time in 7 years, the gods had chosen mercy. High above the world, Hermes fastened his winged sandals. No god traveled faster. He crossed mountains without touching them. He crossed seas without leaving a ripple. Clouds parted before him. The earth shrank beneath his feet. Soon, the lonely island of Ogygia appeared below. Hidden from ordinary sailors, forgotten by kingdoms, almost untouched by time itself. Hermes descended through the morning light. Calypso was singing. Her voice drifted softly through the trees as she worked beside her cave. She stopped the moment she sensed another immortal approaching. No one visited Ogygia. Not gods, not mortals, not even chance. She looked up. Hermes smiled politely. You know why I'm here. She sighed. I was hoping it would not be today. Hospitality came first, even among the gods. Calypso welcomed Hermes inside. She offered nectar, ambrosia, a place beside the fire. Only after the ancient customs had been honored did Hermes deliver Zeus's command. The king of the gods has spoken. Calypso closed her eyes. She already knew. You must release Odysseus. He is to return home. Silence. The cave seemed suddenly much larger, much emptier. When she finally spoke, there was pain in her voice. Not anger, pain. You gods are strange. Hermes listened. When goddesses love mortal men, you call it a crime. But when gods chase mortal women, you celebrate. Her words echoed through the cave. Even ancient Greek poets understood. The gods themselves were often unfair. Hermes did not argue, because he knew she was not entirely wrong. Calypso walked slowly to the entrance of her cave. Far below, Odysseus sat where he always sat, on the western cliffs, looking toward a horizon he could never reach. She watched him quietly. 7 years. Not once had he stopped. Not once had he truly become hers. Love cannot be commanded. Not by kings, not by gods, not even by immortals. At last, she nodded. I will obey. That evening, she found Odysseus beside the sea. He looked up. Something in her face was different. No sadness, no smile, only acceptance. You are leaving. For a moment, his heart began racing. What? The gods have decided. You may return home. He stood so quickly he nearly lost his balance. After 7 years, hope felt almost dangerous. He searched her face carefully. Is this another test? She shook her head. No, you are free. Odysseus did not celebrate. He simply closed his eyes. 20 years. 20 years since he had embraced Penelope. 20 years since he had seen Ithaca's hills. 20 years since Telemachus had been a little boy. He whispered only one sentence. Thank you. Calypso smiled sadly. You think I am releasing you? She looked toward the sea. I have never truly held your heart. Perhaps that was the greatest tragedy of Ogygia. She could heal every wound, offer eternal youth, promise endless happiness, but she could never become home. The next morning, Calypso did something unexpected. She helped him prepare to leave. She brought bronze axes, strong timber, rope woven by immortal hands, fine cloth for sails, fresh water, food, wine, everything he would need. Together, they built a raft. Not servants, not magic. The goddess herself worked beside the weary king. Neither spoke very much. Some goodbyes are too large for conversation. Days later, the raft stood complete, solid, simple, strong. Calypso inspected every knot herself. Satisfied, she handed Odysseus one final gift, a cloak, warm enough for cold nights at sea. Their hands touched briefly. She looked into his eyes. I could have made you immortal. He nodded. I know. I could have ended your suffering. I know. She smiled. And still, you choose uncertainty. Odysseus looked toward the endless ocean. Because uncertainty with the people I love is worth more than certainty without them. For the first time, Calypso truly understood. Immortals possess endless time. Mortals possess something far more precious, limited time. Every moment matters precisely because it ends. The wind filled the sail. The raft drifted slowly away from shore. Calypso remained standing upon the beach. She did not call after him. She did not beg him to stay. She simply watched. The figure grew smaller, then smaller still, until finally, the horizon swallowed him. Ancient poets never tell us what Calypso did next. Perhaps she returned to her lonely cave. Perhaps she stood there until sunset. Perhaps even immortals sometimes grieve. For 17 peaceful days, the sea remained kind. The stars guided him west. The sun warmed his back. Each sunrise brought him closer to Ithaca, closer to Penelope, closer to Telemachus, closer to the life he had spent 2 decades trying to reclaim. He imagined the moment. Would Penelope recognize him? Would Telemachus? Would his old dog still live? Would anyone remember the sound of his voice? For the first time in years, his dreams no longer ended in monsters. They ended at home. But one god had not forgotten. Far away, Poseidon returned from visiting the distant Ethiopians. He looked across his kingdom. Then he saw something impossible. A single raft. A single man, still alive. The sea god recognized him instantly. Odysseus, the man who had blinded his son, the man who had dared boast his own name. The anger Poseidon had carried for years reignited in an instant. He lifted his great trident. The calm sea darkened. Clouds gathered from every corner of the horizon. The wind began to howl. Odysseus looked up. His heart sank. One last storm. One last trial. The gods had opened the door home, but Poseidon intended to slam it shut forever. ACT 9. THE Last Storm of Poseidon. The sea turned black. Not gradually. Instantly. One heartbeat earlier, the waves had shimmered beneath the afternoon sun. The next, they looked like molten iron. Odysseus tightened his grip on the steering oar. He had seen storms before, hundreds of them. This was different. This storm had a mind. Far beyond the clouds, Poseidon stood upon the sea. His great trident rested in his hand. His beard moved with the rising wind. His eyes never left the tiny raft drifting across his kingdom. So, he murmured, the little king still lives. For years, Zeus had restrained him. For years, Athena had protected her favorite hero whenever she could. But now, Odysseus was alone. No fleet, no soldiers, no walls. Just one exhausted man floating on a handful of logs. To Poseidon, this was justice finally arriving. He struck the sea with his trident. The ocean answered immediately. Waves rose like mountains. Clouds swallowed the sun. The wind screamed across the water with such force that the sail tore free before Odysseus could lower it. The mast snapped. The raft lurched violently. Water crashed over the deck. Odysseus threw himself flat against the timber. The first wave nearly carried him into the sea. The second almost broke the raft apart. Then came the third, larger than anything he had ever witnessed. It blocked out the sky itself. The waves struck. The raft exploded into pieces. Timbers spun in every direction. The steering oar vanished. The sail disappeared into the darkness. Odysseus was thrown beneath the surface. Down, farther down. Salt filled his mouth. His lungs burned. For one terrible moment, he thought of all the people who had died before him. His companions, his mother, Achilles. Would he finally join them? Something touched his shoulder. Not a monster. A hand. He burst back through the surface, gasping. A woman floated beside him. not mortal, a sea goddess, Ino, also called Leucothea. Long ago, she herself had once been human. She understood suffering. She looked at the drowning king with compassion. "Odysseus, you cannot fight this storm." She removed the shimmering veil from around her shoulders. It glowed softly, even beneath the dark clouds. "Take this. Tie it beneath your chest. As long as you trust it, the sea will not claim your life." Odysseus hesitated. His life had been filled with tricks, magic, false promises. The lotus had promised peace. Circe had offered comfort. Calypso had offered eternity. Every gift carried danger. How could he know this one was different? Then another wave shattered what remained of the raft. He had no choice. He tied the veil around himself. The goddess smiled gently. "When you reach land, return it to the sea." Then she vanished beneath the waves, as suddenly as she had appeared. For 2 days, Odysseus drifted through Poseidon's fury. He no longer tried to control the sea. He simply survived it. Sometimes, wisdom means knowing when to stop fighting. On the 3rd morning, the storm finally weakened. The clouds began breaking apart. Through the mist, Odysseus saw something he had almost forgotten existed. Land. Real land. Not an island prison. Not a dream. Mountains. Forests. Rivers. Home? Then immediately sank again. The coastline was surrounded by cliffs. Sharp rocks rose from the surf like the teeth of another monster. The waves drove him directly toward them. If they smashed him against the rocks, surviving Poseidon's storm would mean nothing. He kicked desperately. The current laughed at his effort. Each wave carried him closer. The cliffs towered above him. He could already hear the water exploding against the stone. He searched frantically for an opening. Nothing. No beach, no harbor, no escape. He closed his eyes, not in surrender, in prayer. "Athena, if ever you truly cared for me, help me now." Whether by chance or by divine answer, the current shifted. Far ahead, between 2 rocky cliffs, a river emptied quietly into the sea. The fresh water pushed gently against the waves. Creating a narrow passage, Odysseus threw every remaining ounce of strength into reaching it. The river seemed almost alive, welcoming him, pulling him away from the crashing surf. At last, his feet touched the riverbed. He stumbled forward, then collapsed onto the shore. Alive. He lay motionless for a long time. His chest rose and fell. Nothing more. Sometimes, survival itself is enough. Eventually, he remembered the goddess's gift, the shimmering veil. He untied it carefully, held it for a moment, then threw it back into the river. The current carried it away. Somewhere beneath the waves, Ino caught it, exactly as she had promised. The gods had. So had Odysseus. Night approached. His body shook uncontrollably. He had no food, no fire, no shelter. He wandered into a nearby forest, gathered fallen leaves, pile after pile, until they formed a thick blanket. He crawled beneath them like an animal preparing for winter. The leaves hid him from the cold, from wild beasts, from the eyes of anyone who might still wish him harm. There, beneath an ordinary pile of leaves, the man who had destroyed Troy fell asleep. It was perhaps the humblest bed any king had ever known. While Odysseus slept, Athena was already moving, not beside him, far away. in a magnificent palace. She entered the dreams of a young princess, Nausicaa, daughter of King Alcinous of the Phaeacians. In the dream, Athena appeared as one of her closest friends. She whispered gently, "Tomorrow, go to the river. Wash your clothes. It is time." Nausicaa smiled in her sleep. She never questioned the dream. She simply accepted it. Sometimes, history changes, not because armies march, but because one young woman decides to do her laundry. When the sun rose, Odysseus would awaken in a strange kingdom. Dirty, starving, alone. And one meeting beside a river would become the final turning point of his 20-year journey home. ACT 9. The Princess Due saved a stranger. The first thing Odysseus heard was laughter. Not the roar of monsters, not the crash of war, not the cries of dying men. Laughter. Bright. Carefree. He wondered if he was still dreaming. 20 years of suffering had taught him that peace rarely lasted. He slowly opened his eyes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above him. His body ached. Every muscle protested. His beard had grown wild. His skin was darkened by years beneath foreign suns. His clothes, what little remained of them, hung in ragged strips. He barely looked like a king anymore. He barely looked like the same man who had sailed from Ithaca. He crawled from beneath the pile of leaves, carefully, quietly. The voices came from the nearby river. Curiosity drew him forward. He stepped through the trees, then stopped. A group of young women stood beside the water. Some were washing clothes. Others spread bright fabrics across the rocks to dry. A few were laughing as they tossed a ball back and forth. Among them, one stood taller than the others. Not because she was larger, because she carried herself with quiet confidence. This was Nausicaa, princess of the Phaeacians, daughter of King Alcinous, though Odysseus did not yet know her name. The girls had come because of a dream. The night before, Athena had whispered into Nausicaa's sleep, not as a goddess, as one of her closest friends. She had suggested it was time to wash the family's clothing. After all, one day Nausicaa would likely marry. A princess should have beautiful garments prepared. The dream seemed ordinary, almost trivial. Yet Athena understood something humans often overlook. History rarely announces itself. Sometimes, the smallest decisions reshape the world. The girls finished their work. The clothes fluttered in the warm breeze. Lunch was eaten. Songs filled the air. Then someone suggested a game. The ball flew through the sky, back and forth. Laughter echoed across the riverbank. Then, one throw sailed too far. The ball splashed loudly into the water. Every girl cried out at once. The sound echoed through the forest. It reached Odysseus, and it woke destiny. Odysseus knew he could not remain hidden forever. He needed food, clothing, directions. But one glance at himself filled him with hesitation. He looked frightening, his hair tangled, his face hidden beneath years of beard. Salt and dirt covered nearly every inch of his body. To strangers, he would appear less like a king and more like a wild beast crawling from the woods. He faced another impossible choice: approach them or die alone. He broke a leafy branch from a nearby tree. Holding it before himself to preserve what little dignity remained, he stepped from the forest. The girls saw him. For one frozen heartbeat, nobody moved. Then panic exploded. They screamed, dropped baskets, ran in every direction. all except one, Nausicaa. She stood perfectly still, not because she lacked fear, because Athena placed courage inside her heart. Imagine the scene. A filthy stranger emerges from the trees. He looks like he has survived a shipwreck. He carries no weapon, yet he looks desperate enough to become dangerous. Every instinct says, "Run." Nausicaa did not. She watched him carefully, not with arrogance, with compassion. Odysseus stopped several steps away. He understood exactly how frightening he appeared. His mind worked quickly. He could kneel and embrace her knees, the traditional Greek gesture of begging for mercy. But that might frighten her further. Instead, he remained where he was. He bowed his head, then spoke with all the dignity he still possessed. "My lady, I do not know whether you are mortal or one of the gods." The words were carefully chosen, respectful, gentle. He continued, "If you are human, then your parents are truly blessed. And the man who someday marries you will be the luckiest of all." This was not empty flattery. It was wisdom. Odysseus understood that kindness often begins with making another person feel safe. Only then did he ask for help. "I have suffered greatly. I ask only for clothing and the road to your city. Nothing more. No demands, no titles, no mention of Troy, no claim that he was a king. Only honesty." Nausicaa listened carefully. She noticed something beyond the ragged appearance. His word, his posture, his self-control. This was no ordinary castaway. Even in misery, he carried himself with quiet nobility. She smiled. "Stranger, you have come to the land of the Phaeacians. No one here refuses help to those in need." Those simple words must have sounded like music. She ordered her servants to stop running. Slowly, they returned, though still cautiously. "Bring food, bring oil, bring fresh clothing." At first, the girls hesitated. Nausicaa looked at them firmly. This man has suffered enough. Compassion is contagious. One by one, their fear softened. Odysseus walked to the river. He washed away years of salt and dirt. He scrubbed the sea from his skin. The water turned cloudy around him. When he finished, he dressed in the clean garments Nausicaa had provided. Then, something remarkable happened. Athena herself quietly blessed him. Not with magic that changed who he was, but with the appearance of the man he had always been beneath the suffering. His shoulders seemed broader, his posture straighter, his eyes brighter. The exhaustion remained. But now, his natural dignity shone through once more. When he stepped back toward the riverbank, the servant girls barely recognized him. Nausicaa stared. Only moments earlier, he had looked like a broken survivor. Now, he resembled the heroes sung about in old stories. She lowered her eyes for a moment. Ancient poets gently suggest that she wondered if perhaps this stranger might one day become her husband. But Odysseus never encouraged such thoughts. His heart had never left Ithaca. The princess gave him careful instructions. "Follow us, but not too closely. If people see us entering together, they will gossip." She smiled with quiet embarrassment. "You understand." Odysseus did. Small kingdoms often survive on stories. Not all of them kind, she continued. "When you reach the palace, go directly to my mother, Queen Arete. Ask for her protection. My father is king, but everyone listens to my mother." Odysseus noticed the wisdom in her advice. A truly strong kingdom does not always reveal where its greatest influence lies. As the princess and her companions disappeared down the road, Odysseus remained standing beside the river. For a long time, he watched them go. Then he looked down at the clean clothing on his body, the first new clothes he had worn in years. A young woman he had never met had treated him with more kindness than many kings, without knowing his name, without expecting anything in return. After everything he had endured, cyclopes, witches, gods, storms, the underworld. It was not strength that rescued him. It was compassion. Sometimes, history turns not because someone raises a sword, but because someone chooses not to turn away from a stranger. Ahead, the shining city of the Phaeacians waited. There, for the first time since leaving Troy, Odysseus would finally tell the complete story of his extraordinary journey. And when the tale was finished, one last voyage would carry him home. ACT 9, the story that stopped a kingdom. The road wound gently toward the city. Odysseus walked alone, just as Nausicaa had instructed. The princess and her companions had long since disappeared beyond the olive groves. He did not hurry. After 20 years, he had learned something few people ever understand. Sometimes, the final steps of a journey are the slowest. Not because your legs are tired, because your heart is afraid to believe the end is finally near. The city of the Phaeacians rose before him. Unlike Troy, its walls were not built for war. Unlike Mycenae, its gates did not seem designed to intimidate. Everything reflected harmony. Wide streets, beautiful gardens, ships resting peacefully in perfectly built harbors. The people who lived here loved the sea, but unlike every sailor Odysseus had known, they sailed without fear. The gods themselves had blessed the Phaeacians with unmatched skill upon the water. If any people on earth could carry him home, it was them. He simply had to earn their trust. Athena was already waiting, invisible to mortal eyes. She understood one final obstacle remained. A tired stranger wandering into a wealthy city often invites suspicion. So she wrapped Odysseus in a soft mist, not to hide him forever, only long enough for him to reach the palace unharmed. As he walked through the streets, people unknowingly passed only a few steps away. Children laughed, merchants bargained, fishermen repaired nets. No one noticed the greatest traveler in Greece walking silently among them. At the center of the city stood the royal palace. Bronze walls gleamed beneath the afternoon sun. Golden doors reflected light so brightly they almost seemed to glow. Bronze watchdogs stood beside the entrance. Not statues, living works of divine craftsmanship, forged long ago by Hephaestus himself. They never slept, never aged, never moved. Yet they watched everything. Odysseus had entered the palaces of kings across the world. Even he paused in quiet admiration. Inside, music filled the great hall. King Alcinous hosted another feast. Nobles laughed together. Servants carried silver trays piled high with fresh bread, roasted fish, figs, olives, and sweet wine. Queen Arete sat beside the king, calm, observant, wise. Nausicaa's words echoed in Odysseus' mind. Go first to my mother. Everyone listens to her. Athena lifted the mist. Odysseus became visible. The music stopped instantly. Every conversation died. Hundreds of eyes turned toward the stranger. No one recognized him. They saw only a weathered traveler, standing silently in the middle of the royal hall. Without hesitation, Odysseus crossed the room. He ignored the king, ignored the nobles, ignored the feast. He walked directly to Queen Arete. Then he knelt. He wrapped his hands gently around her knees, the oldest Greek gesture of sacred supplication, a plea no honorable host could ignore. His voice remained calm. "My queen, I have suffered greatly. I ask only one gift. Help me return home. Nothing more. No mention of Troy, no boast of victories, no list of hardships, just a simple request. Help me go home." Silence filled the palace. Ancient Greek custom demanded immediate protection for anyone who sought refuge this way. To reject such a request risked offending Zeus himself. King Alcinous rose slowly, his voice carried across the hall. "Stranger, you will have our protection. You will eat, you will rest, and tomorrow we shall decide how best to return you to your homeland." The tension dissolved immediately. Servants hurried forward. A chair was placed beside the king himself. Food appeared. Fresh wine filled his cup. For the first time since leaving Calypso's island, Odysseus ate without fear. Yet Queen Arete noticed something unusual. She looked carefully at the cloak, the tunic, the fine woven garments he wore. Then she frowned slightly. "I know these clothes." The hall grew quiet again. "They belong to my daughter." Every eye turned toward the stranger once more. Had he harmed Nausicaa? Had something happened? Odysseus immediately understood her concern. He answered honestly, "Your daughter showed me extraordinary kindness, but she remained above all reproach. I followed every instruction she gave. I owe my life to her compassion." Nausicaa lowered her eyes quietly. The queen studied both of them, then nodded, satisfied. Honor had been preserved. That evening, the palace celebrated their unexpected guest. Musicians played the lyre. Dancers spun gracefully across polished stone floors. For the first time in decades, Odysseus simply watched. No planning, no escaping, no surviving, just watching people live peacefully. He almost forgot what ordinary happiness looked like. The next morning, King Alcinous announced great athletic games in honor of their visitor. Running, wrestling, boxing, discus. The finest young men of Phaeacia competed proudly. Odysseus watched politely from the sidelines. His body still carried too many scars. He had no desire to prove himself anymore. Then, one young athlete laughed. If the stranger refuses every contest, perhaps he has never been much of a warrior. The words were careless, not cruel, but they landed heavily. Odysseus looked down quietly. For years, he had struggled to survive, not impress anyone. Yet something inside him stirred. Not pride, memory. He stood, walked calmly toward the discus field, picked up the largest stone discus available, much heavier than the ones the athletes had been using. Several spectators exchanged amused glances. The old traveler would embarrass himself. Odysseus said nothing. He simply spun once, twice, then released. The discus flew, far beyond every previous throw, past every marker, past the strongest athletes. It landed so far away that silence spread across the field. Athena herself, disguised as a young man, walked to where it landed. She planted a marker, then called loudly, "No one has ever thrown farther." Only then did Odysseus speak. "I have no wish to compete against you, but never mistake suffering for weakness." No one challenged him again. That evening, another feast began. A blind singer named Demodocus entered the hall. He was famous throughout Phaeacia. The king requested a familiar story. "Sing of Troy." Demodocus smiled, then began. He sang of the long war, the heroes, the battles, the courage of Achilles, the cunning of Odysseus. He sang of the wooden horse, the night Troy finally fell. Every word struck Odysseus like an arrow. The hall watched the performance in admiration. Only one man began quietly weeping. He turned his face away, trying to hide the tears. But King Alcinous noticed. Why would a stranger cry at the story of Troy? Who was this mysterious traveler who seemed to carry the entire war inside his heart? The king gently raised his hand. The music stopped. Then he asked the question that had been waiting since the stranger first entered his palace. "Friend, tell us your name, and tell us who you truly are." For 20 years, Odysseus had hidden. He had lied to enemies, disguised himself before monsters, concealed his identity from gods and kings alike. Now, for the first time, he no longer needed to. He looked around the hall, took a slow breath, and prepared to speak the words that would reveal everything. "I am Odysseus." The room fell completely silent. ACT-9, the H last voyage home. The hall remained silent. No one moved. No one even reached for their wine. The stranger they had welcomed, the weary traveler, the shipwrecked old man, had just spoken a name every Greek knew. Odysseus, the man whose cleverness had ended the greatest war of their age. The hero songs had made almost larger than life. Yet here he stood, thin, scarred, weathered, a man who looked as though life itself had been trying to erase him. King Alcinous rose slowly. There was no disbelief in his face, only wonder. At last, the stories had found their storyteller. Odysseus looked around the great hall, the musicians, the servants, the princess who had saved his life, the king and queen who had welcomed a nameless stranger without asking for reward. He realized something. These people had earned the truth, so he told it, not as a hero, as a survivor. He spoke of Troy, of the horse, of the burning city, of men celebrating too early. He spoke of Ismarus, where victory. He spoke of the lotus eaters, where forgetting became more dangerous than fighting. He spoke of Polyphemus, and admitted something few kings ever admit. I was proud. I had already won, but I wanted him to know who defeated him. He lowered his eyes. My pride killed my friends. No one interrupted. He spoke of Aeolus, the bag of winds, the site of Ithaca already visible on the horizon. Then, his own exhausted sleep. My men believed I had hidden treasure. They opened the bag. We watched our home disappear. No one laughed. Every person in the room understood. Sometimes, history changes because of one moment, when trust disappears. He spoke of the Laestrygonians, of ships crushed like children's toys, of companions swallowed alive. He spoke of Circe, not as a villain, but as someone who eventually became an ally. He spoke of the underworld, of seeing his mother again, only to discover grief had taken her. When he repeated Achilles' words, I would rather live as the poorest servant than rule the dead. Even the strongest warriors lowered their heads. He described Scylla, the screams of 6 companions disappearing into the cliffs. Then Thrinacia, the sacred cattle, Eurylochus, the terrible choice between hunger and hope. He did not hide their mistakes, nor his own. He spoke honestly, because only honest stories survive. When he finally reached Calypso, his voice softened. The gods offered me eternity. The hall stirred. Many looked at one another in immortality? Who would refuse such a gift? Odysseus answered before anyone asked. I wanted one more conversation with my wife, one more walk through my olive grove, one more chance to watch my son become a man. He smiled sadly. Forever means very little if it is spent without the people you love. The hall became quiet once again. When he finished, hours had passed. The torches had burned low. No one had left. No one had grown restless. Even the servants stood listening, because they no longer heard the story of a legendary king. They heard the story of a husband trying to get home. That was something every person understood. King Alcinous stood. Never again shall anyone say the gods do not test those they love. He stepped toward Odysseus. You will not leave this kingdom as a beggar. You will leave as our honored guest. He ordered magnificent gifts to be brought. Gold, bronze, fine robes, rare treasures. Not payment, respect. Every noble in the hall contributed something. Within an hour, Odysseus possessed more wealth than when he had first sailed to Troy. Yet only one gift mattered, a ship. The Phaeacians possessed the finest sailors in the world. Their ships almost seemed alive. Ancient stories claimed they needed no rudder, no stars. They understood the thoughts of their captains. Whether literally true or not, their reputation was unmatched. Alcinous selected his finest vessel, its strongest crew, its safest captain. You will sleep. The king smiled. Our sailors will do the rest. That evening, Odysseus stood beside Nausicaa one final time. The young princess smiled warmly. You are finally going home. He nodded. I am. She hesitated, then quietly asked, when people speak of me, what will they remember? Odysseus looked at her with deep gratitude. They will remember that when the world had almost forgotten kindness, you did not. History remembers great conquerors, great kings, great battles. But it also remembers those who chose compassion. Nausicaa had changed history simply by helping a stranger. Before dawn, the ship departed. The sea remained perfectly calm. Odysseus lay upon a soft blanket near the stern. Years of exhaustion finally overcame him. Almost immediately, he fell asleep. Not the restless sleep of soldiers, not the fearful sleep of hunted men, the peaceful sleep of someone who finally believed the journey was ending. All day, the Phaeacian ship crossed the sea with astonishing speed. No storms appeared, no monsters rose, no gods interfered. As night fell, the dark outline of an island appeared ahead. Rocky hills, olive trees, a familiar coastline. After 20 years, home. The sailors carefully carried the sleeping Odysseus onto the shore. They laid him gently beneath an ancient olive tree. Beside him, they placed every treasure Alcinous had given him. Not a single coin was missing, not a single gift stolen. Then, without waking him, they returned to their ship and quietly sailed away. When Poseidon learned what the Phaeacians had done, his anger returned one final time. These sailors had repeatedly helped travelers escape his seas. Now they had helped Odysseus himself. As the ship approached home, Poseidon raised one hand. The vessel slowed. The crew looked around in confusion. Then, before their eyes, their magnificent ship became stone, frozen forever, a monument rising from the sea. King Alcinous later fulfilled an ancient prophecy by ending the Phaeacians' famous escorting of strangers. Even kindness sometimes carries a cost. Morning sunlight slowly reached the sleeping king. Birds sang among the olive trees. The breeze carried the scent of wild herbs. Odysseus opened his eyes. For a long moment, he did not move. The ground felt different. The air smelled familiar. But 20 years changes everything. He looked around and did not recognize his own homeland. His first thought was heartbreaking. Have they abandoned me on another foreign shore? He sat up quickly. His treasures lay beside him. The sea stretched quietly behind him. The island before him felt strangely unfamiliar. Then a young shepherd appeared. Calm, smiling, ordinary, or so it seemed. Odysseus had finally reached Ithaca, but the hardest battle of his life had not even begun. Because while he wandered across the world, more than 100 arrogant men had occupied his palace. They ate his food, spent his wealth, threatened his son, and every single day, they demanded that Penelope finally choose a new husband. The journey home was over. The fight for home was just beginning. ACT 10. DHE Begar King. The young shepherd smiled. You seem lost. Odysseus immediately became cautious. 20 years of wandering had taught him one lesson above all others. Trust must be earned, not given. He glanced around the unfamiliar shoreline. The hills looked right. The olive trees felt familiar. The sea smelled like home. Yet everything seemed strangely different. He answered carefully, I have been away. The shepherd laughed softly. So I can see. What Odysseus could not know was that the shepherd was no shepherd at all. It was Athena, once again disguised. She had guided him through storms, whispered into dreams, turned kings into fools and fools into heroes. Now, she wanted to see whether the greatest trickster in Greece still possessed the gift that had kept him alive. So she lied. This isn't Ithaca. You've landed in another kingdom. Without hesitation, Odysseus invented an entirely new identity. He claimed to be a merchant, a fugitive, a man escaping revenge. His story flowed effortlessly, detailed, convincing. Athena listened. Then she laughed, not cruelly, proudly. You truly are Odysseus. The shepherd disappeared. In his place stood the gray-eyed goddess herself, armor gleaming, spear in hand. The morning light seemed to gather around her. Odysseus smiled for the first time in many years. Athena, she nodded. Welcome home. Then she pointed toward Is Ithaca? Odysseus froze. He looked again. The twisted olive trees, the rocky slopes, the familiar coastline. His knees weakened. For 20 years, he had imagined this moment, thousands of times. Now that it had arrived, he found himself unable to speak. He knelt, scooped a handful of Ithacan soil into his hands, held it tightly. Some people kiss the ground when they return home. Odysseus simply held it, as though afraid it might disappear again. But Athena did not allow him to remain in that moment for long. "You are home," she said quietly, "but home is no longer safe." Her expression darkened. Then she told him everything. How more than 100 noblemen had occupied his palace, how they feasted every day at his expense, how they slaughtered his livestock, drank his wine, spent his wealth, how they mocked Telemachus, plotted to murder him, and pressured Penelope to choose one of them as her new husband. Every single day, for years. Odysseus listened without interruption. Each sentence became another ember inside him. Not wild anger, cold anger, the kind that thinks before acting. Athena looked directly into his eyes. "If they know you have returned, they will kill you before sunset." She raised her hand. A soft light surrounded him. His broad shoulders bent, his skin wrinkled, his hair turned gray. His bright clothing became torn rags. The king disappeared. In his place stood an exhausted old beggar. Even Odysseus barely recognized himself. "This disguise," Athena explained, "will keep you alive. Sometimes the strongest weapon is invisibility." Before confronting the palace, there was one person he needed to see. Someone who had remained loyal from the very beginning. The swineherd, Eumaeus. While the nobles feasted in stolen luxury, Eumaeus still cared faithfully for the pigs that remained, though even those herds had been greatly reduced by the suitors' endless appetites. He lived in a simple hut outside the city, far from the palace, far from power, yet perhaps closer to honor than anyone else in Ithaca. Odysseus approached quietly. Several fierce dogs rushed toward him, barking wildly. The old beggar stood still. He had no strength to outrun them. Then a familiar voice shouted, "Back!" The dogs obeyed immediately. A weathered man hurried forward, his hands rough from years of honest work, his clothes patched and worn. This was Eumaeus. He looked at the ragged stranger. Then, without hesitation, he helped him to his feet. "Old friend, you've had a hard journey. Come inside." Not once did he ask, "What can you give me?" Only, "What do you need?" The hut was humble. A small fire burned in the center. Fresh bread, goat cheese, simple wine, nothing luxurious. Yet to Odysseus, it felt richer than the feasts of kings. Eumaeus placed the best food before his guest, while he himself took the smaller portion. Hospitality, even in poverty, that is the measure of true character. As they ate, Eumaeus began speaking about his absent king. "I still hope. He lives." Odysseus lowered his eyes. "So many years," the disguised beggar replied. "Surely hope fades." Eumaeus shook his head firmly. "No. My master was unlike other men. If anyone can find the road home, it is Odysseus. Imagine hearing someone defend your name without knowing you sit across the table. For 20 years, Odysseus had wondered whether anyone still believed. Now he knew. At least one faithful heart had never surrendered. That night, Athena moved once more. Far away, Telemachus was sailing home from Sparta. He had gone seeking news of his father. He had found stories, but no certainty. Athena guided his ship safely past the suitors' ambush. Before dawn, the young prince arrived at Eumaeus' hut. The door opened. Father and son stood only a few feet apart, yet neither recognized the other. How could they? Telemachus had last seen his father as an infant barely able to walk. Odysseus saw before him a grown man, strong, thoughtful, with traces of both his parents written across his face. The years stolen by war stood silently between them. Athena looked on. The moment she had waited decades to create had finally arrived. But first, the disguise had to end. A fatter meets his Cicones. Morning light slipped through the cracks in Eumaeus' humble hut. The fire had nearly burned down to glowing embers. Outside, the pigs stirred. Birds greeted another ordinary day. Inside, history waited. Telemachus sat across from the old beggar. Neither knew they were looking at the person they had longed to see for 20 years. One was a father who had missed his son's entire childhood. The other, a son whose memories of his father existed only through stories. Eumaeus hurried outside. He had been summoned to the palace. The suitors wanted another feast, more pigs, more wine, more of another man's wealth. As soon as the swineherd disappeared down the path, Athena appeared. Only Odysseus could see her. "You have tested enough hearts," she said. "It is time." She touched him lightly with her spear. The change happened instantly. The bent back straightened. The gray hair darkened. The wrinkles disappeared. Strength returned to scarred shoulders. His eyes shone once again with the intelligence that had defeated Troy. The beggar vanished. The king returned. Telemachus stared. He instinctively stepped backward. His hand reached for his spear. Only moments before, an old beggar had stood in front of him. Now, a powerful warrior stood where the beggar had been. His voice trembled. You're a god. No mortal could change like this." Odysseus smiled gently. "No, I am no god." His eyes filled with tears he had held back for 20 years. "I am your father." Telemachus did not move. He wanted to believe. Every child who grows up without a parent imagines this moment. Every child dreams the missing person will someday walk through the door. But dreams can become dangerous. He shook his head slowly. "No, my father is dead." "So everyone says." Odysseus stepped closer. "Athena changed my appearance, so no one would recognize me. I have come home." Still, Telemachus hesitated. 20 years is a long time. Hope protects itself by becoming disbelief. Then, something inside him finally broke. He looked into the stranger's eyes. Not the face, the eyes. There, he recognized something impossible to explain. The same quiet determination, the same kindness hidden beneath caution, the same intelligence people had always described. His spear slipped from his fingers. It struck the floor. Neither man noticed. Telemachus rushed forward. Father and son embraced. For a long time, neither spoke. They simply held each other. 20 years of absence. 20 years of questions. 20 years of imagining. Reduced to one embrace. Homer tells us they wept. Not politely, not silently. They cried openly, like birds robbed of their young, like fathers who believe they have lost everything, only to discover one miracle still remains. Imagine that moment. Odysseus had survived Cyclopes, witches, the wrath of Poseidon himself. Yet nothing in all those years required more strength than allowing himself to cry. Eventually, Telemachus laughed through his tears. "I never knew if you were real." Odysseus rested a hand on his son's shoulder. "And I never knew what kind of man you would become. He looked carefully at him. I am proud, not because Telemachus had won great battles, not because he had become famous, because despite growing up without a father, he had become honorable. Sometimes, the greatest victory is becoming the person your circumstances said you never could. There was little time. Odysseus' voice became serious. The suitors. Telemachus nodded immediately. They're worse now. They insult mother openly. They mock me. They've already planned to kill me once. Odysseus listened carefully, not interrupting, gathering information. The old strategist had returned. Together, they began planning. Not revenge, justice. The palace contained more than 100 armed men. Odysseus had only his son, Eumaeus, perhaps one or two other loyal servants. An impossible battle, unless it was fought with intelligence instead of numbers. Odysseus spoke quietly. Say nothing. Not to your mother, not to the servants, not to anyone. Telemachus frowned. Not even mother? Odysseus closed his eyes briefly. No. The answer hurt. He longed to embrace Penelope immediately, to tell her the waiting was over. But he understood something painful. Hope spreads quickly. So do rumors. If even one careless word reached the suitors, everything would be lost. Sometimes, love must wait, so it can survive. He continued, when I enter the palace, I will still be a beggar. They will insult me. They may strike me. They may throw food. No matter what happens, you must not react. Telemachus looked shocked. You expect me to watch? Odysseus nodded. If they see your anger, they will become suspicious. Patience had saved Odysseus more times than any sword ever had. Now, his son would have to learn the same lesson. There is one more thing, Odysseus said. When I give the signal, remove every weapon from the Great Hall. Telemachus blinked. Every weapon? Every spear? Every shield? Every sword? And if they ask why, Odysseus smiled. Tell them the smoke has damaged the bronze. The old trickster had not disappeared. He had simply grown wiser. Footsteps approached outside. Eumaeus was returning. Athena immediately restored Odysseus' disguise. The strong king disappeared once more. The bent old beggar returned. The door opened. Eumaeus entered carrying fresh bread. He noticed nothing unusual. Telemachus smiled. The first real smile his father had ever seen. Only 3 people now knew the truth. Athena, Odysseus, Telemachus. Everyone else still believed the king of Ithaca was long dead. That afternoon, Odysseus prepared to walk toward the palace, the home he had built, the halls where his son had taken his first steps, the doorway where Penelope had once waved goodbye, now filled with strangers. He took a deep breath. This would not be a king returning home in triumph. It would be a beggar asking for scraps inside his own house. The greatest battle of the Odyssey would not be fought against monsters or gods or storms. It would be fought across his own dinner table. And before another sunset, Ithaca would discover that its king had finally come home. ACT 10. The Palace of Strangers. The palace stood exactly where he remembered. The same stone walls, the same great doors, the same olive trees swaying in the afternoon wind. Nothing had changed, and yet everything had. Odysseus stopped at the foot of the hill. For 20 years, He had imagined this moment. He had imagined Penelope running into his arms, Telemachus standing proudly beside her, servants shouting with joy. Instead, music drifted through the open windows. Laughter echoed across the courtyard. Not the laughter of family, the laughter of thieves. From outside the gates, he could already smell it. Roasting meat, fresh bread, wine, barrels of it. His own cattle, his own sheep, his own wine, being consumed by men who believed the owner would never return. Odysseus tightened his jaw. Every feast had been paid for by him. Every cup raised in celebration had been stolen from his son. As he stepped through the courtyard, his eyes wandered instinctively. There, the olive tree he had planted shortly after marrying Penelope. Its trunk was thicker now. Its branches stretched proudly toward the sky. Near the entrance, the stone where Telemachus had once played as a toddler. The memories returned all at once, not as stories, as feelings. The smell of fresh bread from long ago, Penelope laughing somewhere inside, tiny footsteps running through the hall. For one heartbreaking instant, he could almost believe no time had passed. Then a loud burst of drunken laughter shattered the illusion. Inside the great hall, more than 100 men feasted. Some argued over games. Some flirted openly with servant women. Others drank themselves into loud stupidity. None behaved like guests. Guests show gratitude. These men behaved like owners. One kicked aside a servant who moved too slowly. Another demanded more wine without even looking up. A third laughed as he threw scraps onto the floor. The palace had not simply been occupied, it had been corrupted. At the center of the hall sat the worst among them. Antinous, young, handsome, rich, confident, the son of a powerful noble. He had become the unofficial leader of the suitors, not because he was the wisest, because he was the cruelest. Cruelty often mistakes itself for strength. Around him sat other prominent men. Eurymachus, smooth-tongued, dangerous in quieter ways. Amphinomus, one of the few whose conscience still occasionally troubled him. More than 100 men, each believing the throne of Ithaca was already theirs. No one recognized the old beggar entering the room, exactly as Athena intended. Some barely glanced at him. Others ignored him entirely. Only one servant noticed. An elderly herald named Phemius lowered his eyes respectfully. He still remembered the old ways. Not everyone inside the palace had forgotten honor. Then, another figure rushed toward the beggar, tail wagging weakly, body trembling with age. An old hunting dog, thin, covered in fleas, barely able to stand. His name was Argos. 20 years earlier, Odysseus himself had trained him as a puppy. Before sailing for Troy, Argos had once been the finest hunting dog in Ithaca, fast enough to outrun deer, brave enough to corner wild boars. Now, neglected by careless servants, he lay forgotten upon a pile of manure near the gate. Too old, too weak, too lonely. But his nose still remembered. Argos lifted his head. The old dog's cloudy eyes widened. He could no longer run. He could no longer bark. He simply wagged his tail, slowly, painfully. Odysseus stopped walking. His heart nearly broke. 20 years. Kings had failed to recognize him. Monsters had underestimated him. Even his own homeland no longer knew his face. But his dog recognized him instantly. Odysseus wanted to kneel, to stroke his old companion one last time. He could not. One careless gesture might expose everything, so he turned his face slightly away. Homer tells us a single tear slipped down his cheek, quietly, secretly, before anyone noticed. Argos continued watching. His tail wagged one final time. His eyes closed gently. And there, after waiting 20 years for his master, the faithful dog died. He had lived just long enough to know Odysseus had finally come home. Inside, the feast continued. None of the suitors noticed. One life had quietly ended, while another quietly reclaimed its purpose. History often remembers kings. It rarely remembers dogs. Yet Argos has become one of the most beloved figures in all of literature, because loyalty asks for nothing in return. The beggar entered the hall. Telemachus saw him immediately. Every instinct screamed to embrace his father. Instead, he remained perfectly calm, exactly as they had planned. He pointed toward an empty stool. "Let the old man eat." The suitors laughed. One mocked the prince. "Since when has Ithaca become a shelter for beggars?" Another tossed a crust of bread across the floor. "Fetch!" Laughter erupted again. Odysseus bent slowly, picked up the bread, said nothing. The greatest warrior of Greece pretended not to hear the insults. Sometimes, revenge begins with patience. He moved quietly from man to man, as custom allowed. A beggar could ask each guest for a small piece of food. Most gave scraps. A few mocked him. Some ignored him completely. Odysseus memorized every face, every voice, every insult. Not because he was feeding hatred, because a king must know exactly who has forgotten justice. Finally, he reached Antinous. The leader looked down at the old beggar with open contempt. "What do you want?" Odysseus answered calmly. "Only a little food. Fortune changes quickly. One day, even the rich may need kindness." The hall fell quieter. The words carried unexpected weight. Antinous sneered. "I've had enough of beggars." Without warning, he grabbed a heavy wooden footstool and hurled it across the room. It struck Odysseus hard in the shoulder. The old beggar staggered backward, but he did not fall. He stood silently, like an ancient oak bending in a storm, not breaking. The palace grew strangely quiet. Even some of the suitors looked uncomfortable. Hospitality was sacred in Greece. To strike a helpless guest was shameful. Antinous had crossed a line. He simply did not realize it yet. Odysseus looked at him. His voice remained steady. "If I truly am only a beggar, then your cruelty is shame enough. But if the gods still watch this house, they have seen what you have done." A chill passed through the hall. For the first time, some of the suitors wondered whether they had stayed in Ithaca far too long. ACT 10. The woman W never stopped waiting. The hall slowly returned to its noisy feast. Laughter rose again. Wine flowed again. The suitors convinced themselves that nothing had happened. A beggar had been struck, nothing more. But Odysseus noticed something they did not. Several servants avoided looking at Antinous. Others quietly shook their heads. Even among corrupt men, there are moments when conscience whispers. Then, a servant approached the queen. Penelope had heard about the old beggar, not because he was remarkable, because Antinous had attacked him. That disturbed her. For 20 years, she had watched the character of the men inside her house slowly decay. Once, they had arrived as noble guests. Now, they insulted strangers beneath her own roof. Something inside her grew tired, very tired. "Bring the old man to me," she said quietly. "I wish to speak with him." Odysseus heard the invitation. His heart nearly stopped. 20 years. 20 years since he had last seen his wife. Now, only a few walls separated them. He wanted to run, to embrace her, to tell her the waiting was over. Instead, he shook his head. "I will come tonight, when the feast is finished." The delay surprised everyone. Only Athena understood. Emotion is dangerous before the proper moment. As darkness settled over Ithaca, the great hall slowly emptied. Many drunken suitors stumbled to their sleeping rooms. Others continued drinking late into the night. Servants swept the floor, collected broken cups, wiped away spilled wine. Odysseus watched silently. He remembered when these same halls had echoed with music celebrating his marriage. Now, they echoed with disrespect. Tomorrow, that would change. At last, a servant led the old beggar to Penelope's chamber. She sat beside a softly burning fire. Time had changed her. 20 years had placed gentle lines around her eyes. The carefree laughter of youth had become quiet dignity. She carried herself like someone who had learned to survive grief, without allowing grief to define her. Ancient poets never described Penelope as simply beautiful. They described something rarer, steadfast. Odysseus stood in the doorway. For a long moment, neither spoke. He looked at the woman he had crossed the world to reach. She looked at the stranger standing before her. Neither could imagine what the other truly felt. Penelope broke the silence. "Old man, you seem wise. You have traveled. Tell me, have you ever seen my husband?" There it was, the question she had asked countless travelers, countless merchants, countless wandering soldiers, for 20 years. Most answered with rumors, others lied. Some simply shrugged. Still, she kept asking. Hope had become a habit. Odysseus lowered his eyes. Every word mattered now. "I have." Penelope leaned forward. Her breathing slowed. "When?" he answered carefully. "Many years ago." He wore a purple cloak, fastened with a golden brooch. The queen froze. Those details. Almost no one could know. The cloak, the brooch, the clothing she herself had prepared before he sailed for Troy. Tears filled her eyes. "Go on." Odysseus continued describing himself, not as a hero, as a husband. The scar near his shoulder, the companions who traveled beside him, the way he spoke, the gifts he carried. Every detail true, every detail remembered. Penelope listened without interrupting. Each sentence felt like hearing a familiar voice from another lifetime. When he finished, she quietly wept. Not loudly, just enough for 20 years of loneliness to escape. Then came the question, the one she almost feared asking. "Is he alive?" Odysseus looked directly at her. For one brief moment, he nearly abandoned the disguise, nearly told her everything. Instead, he answered with hope. "I believe he is very near. I think you will see him soon." Those words were true, just not in the way she imagined. Penelope smiled sadly. "So many have told me that. They always mean well, but the years continue." She looked into the fire. "My son has become a man. My father-in-law has grown old. My servants grow fewer every season. And still, I wait." She did not speak with bitterness, only exhaustion. Waiting had become her life. Then she revealed the secret that had protected the kingdom. When the suitors first demanded I choose a husband, I promised them something. I told them I would choose after I finished weaving a burial shroud for my father-in-law. Odysseus listened quietly. They agreed. She smiled faintly. But every night, I secretly unraveled everything I had woven during the day. Odysseus almost laughed, not because it was amusing, because it was brilliant, a trick worthy of Ithaca, a trick worthy of his own mind. No wonder he had loved her. For 3 years, she continued, they never discovered it. Then, one servant betrayed me. The smile disappeared. The weaving could no longer save me. Tomorrow, she explained, she would announce a contest. Not because she wished to marry, because she could no longer delay forever. She would bring out Odysseus' great bow, the bow no other man had ever been able to string. Whoever could string it and shoot an arrow cleanly through 12 axe heads would become her husband. She believed no man could accomplish it. Perhaps she was giving fate one final chance. Odysseus' pulse quickened. His own bow, still inside the palace, still waiting. He finally understood. Tomorrow, everything would end, one way or another. As the conversation drew to a close, Penelope ordered one of her oldest servants to wash the beggar's feet. An elderly nurse stepped forward. Her name was Euryclea. She had cared for Odysseus since he was an infant. She had bathed him as a child, fed him, comforted him. She knelt before the old beggar, placed his feet into warm water. Then, her fingers paused. She felt something, a scar, long, deep, on his leg. A scar no disguise could ever hide, one she had seen decades earlier, when a young prince had been wounded by a wild boar during his first hunt. Her hands began trembling. She looked up, slowly, very slowly. Her eyes widened. The bowl slipped from her hands. Water splashed across the floor. She opened her mouth, ready to cry out the name she had waited 20 years to speak. Otis. He reached forward and gently covered her mouth. The secret had survived storms, monsters, gods. It now rested in the hands of one faithful old nurse, ACT-10, THEBO Dalibuli of THE King. Euryclea froze. The room seemed to stop breathing. Her trembling fingers rested against the scar. That scar. The scar she had washed as a frightened young nurse decades ago. The scar left by a wild boar on Mount Parnassus. No two men, not even one crafted by Athena, could erase it. Her eyes filled with tears. She looked up, not at a beggar, at the little boy she had once carried in her arms. Otis. Before the name could leave her lips, Odysseus reached forward. One hand gently covered her mouth. The other held her wrist, not roughly, desperately. His eyes pleaded with her. Silence. Just a little longer. Euryclea understood immediately. She nodded. Tears streamed down her face. He slowly removed his hand. She whispered so quietly that only he could hear. My child, you came home. Odysseus smiled, the smile of a son, not a king. I did. He glanced toward Penelope, still seated by the fire, lost in thought. She had noticed only that the old nurse had become emotional. Nothing more. Odysseus spoke softly. You must tell no one. Not yet. Euryclea placed one hand over her heart. I swear. For 20 years, she had guarded his household. She could guard one more secret. When the nurse left, Penelope rose slowly. The firelight danced across her face. She seemed somehow older, and yet exactly the woman he remembered. "I thank you," she said to the old beggar. "You have given me hope tonight." Odysseus lowered his head. "No," he answered quietly. "Hope has been yours all along." She did not fully understand his words. Tomorrow, she would. That night, Odysseus lay upon the floor of his own palace, not in his royal chamber, not beside his wife, on rough animal skins near the entrance. Above him, the drunken laughter of the suitors echoed through the halls. He stared into the darkness. Sleep never came. Tomorrow, everything would end. Before dawn, Athena appeared once more. Only Odysseus could see her. "You hesitate," she observed. He nodded. "There are so many, more than 100, and only a handful of us." Athena smiled. "How many Trojans stood before you?" Odysseus smiled back. The answer required no words. Numbers alone never decide history. Morning arrived. The palace awoke earlier than usual. The servants prepared another feast. The suitors laughed loudly, completely unaware that it would be the last meal many of them would ever eat. Penelope entered the great hall. For the first time in many days, every conversation stopped. She carried something wrapped carefully in cloth. The object was long, heavy, sacred. She walked to the center of the room, then slowly unwrapped it. Odysseus' bow. The room fell silent. Many of the younger men had never seen it before. The bow was unlike ordinary weapons, fashioned from polished horn and seasoned wood. Its graceful curve hid enormous strength. Years earlier, Odysseus alone had possessed the skill to string it. Not because he was the strongest man in Greece, because the bow had become almost an extension of his body. He understood it. It understood him. Penelope spoke clearly. "So many years, you have asked me to choose a husband. You shall have your answer." She pointed toward 12 bronze axe heads. The servants carefully placed them in a perfectly straight line, one behind another, each with a narrow opening through its center. "Whoever can string this bow and send one arrow through all 12 axes shall become my husband." A murmur swept through the hall. The contest had begun. Antinous stepped forward first, confident, smiling. He lifted the bow. Immediately, his expression changed. It was heavier than expected. He planted one end against the floor, pulled with both hands. Nothing. The string refused to move. His smile faded. Veins swelled in his neck. His arms shook. Still, nothing. Finally, he threw the bow aside. "The wood is old," he muttered. No one believed him. One after another, the suitors tried. Eurymachus, Amphinomus, strong young nobles, experienced hunters, warriors. Every one of them failed. Some could not bend the bow at all. Others nearly managed, only to lose their grip. The great hall slowly filled with embarrassment. Eurymachus wiped sweat from his forehead. "It isn't us," he insisted. "The bow has become impossible." No, the bow had not changed. Its master simply wasn't dead. Then, a quiet voice spoke from the edge of the room. The beggar. "If it pleases the queen, may I try?" For a heartbeat, absolute silence. Then the hall exploded with laughter. A beggar? String the king's bow? Even the servants smiled nervously. Surely this was absurd. Antinous slammed his cup onto the table. "Absolutely not. If he touches that bow, he'll disgrace us all." Penelope looked calmly at him. "Why?" If he fails, what have you lost? The suitors shifted uneasily. Telemachus stood. The bow belongs to my father. It belongs to this house. My mother has spoken. Give it to the stranger. For the first time, the prince sounded like a king. Reluctantly, the bow was carried toward the old beggar. Odysseus accepted it gently, almost lovingly. His fingers traced the polished wood. 20 years. 20 years since he had last held it. It felt familiar, like greeting an old friend. The hall watched in silence. Even the mocking smiles had disappeared. Something about the old man suddenly seemed different. He examined the bow carefully, just as a musician checks a beloved instrument. Then, with effortless grace, he bent it. One smooth motion. The string slipped perfectly into place. No struggle, no strain. Only the soft musical twang of a perfectly tuned bow. The sound echoed through the palace. Every person in the room froze. Odysseus tested the string once. Its clear note rang like a swallow greeting spring. Old Euryclea closed her eyes. She knew. Telemachus smiled. Athena watched silently. They began feeling something they had not experienced in years. Fear. Odysseus picked up a single arrow, placed it against the string, raised the bow. The 12 axe heads stood waiting. He drew, smoothly, effortlessly, released. The arrow flashed through the first opening, then the second, the third, the fourth, without touching a single edge, until finally it passed cleanly through all 12 axes and buried itself deep into the far wall. Silence. The impossible had just become reality. Odysseus slowly turned toward the suitors. His eyes were no longer those of a beggar. They were the eyes of a king. And with calm, terrifying certainty, he spoke the words that would end 20 years of waiting. The contest is over. A king reclaims his home. For one endless heartbeat, no one moved. The arrow still quivered in the wooden wall. The echo of the bowstring still hung in the air. Every eye remained fixed on the old beggar. No, not a beggar. No beggar alive could have done what every nobleman in the room had failed to do. The laughter was gone. The music had stopped. Even the fire seemed quieter. Something ancient had awakened inside the palace. Odysseus slowly lowered the bow. His disguise no longer mattered. Not now. Not anymore. Athena stood unseen beside him. She raised her hand. The rags still covered his body. But something impossible changed. The old man's posture vanished. His eyes blazed with the confidence of a king. The room suddenly understood. They were no longer looking at prey. They were looking at the hunter. Telemachus quietly walked to his father's side. No one noticed. Eumaeus slipped toward the great doors. Philoetius, the loyal cowherd, closed and barred them from the outside. Heavy wooden beams slid into place. The sound echoed through the hall. Several suitors turned, confused. Why were the doors being locked? Too late. Odysseus reached into the quiver, drew another arrow. Then, for the first time in 20 years, he spoke as king of Ithaca. "You dogs!" His voice filled the hall. "You believed I would never return. You consumed my house. You stole my wealth. You dishonored my servants. You hunted my son. And you tried to steal my wife." His eyes settled on one man, Antinous, the leader, the cruelest, the first. Antinous laughed. Only once. He still believed this was madness. A single old man, one bow, against more than 100 armed nobles. He reached for his wine. He never saw the arrow leave the string. The shaft crossed the hall in an instant. It struck him cleanly through the throat. The cup slipped from his hand. Wine spilled across the table, dark red, almost like blood. Antinous stared in disbelief. He tried to speak. No words came. He collapsed, dead before he touched the floor. The hall exploded into panic. Chairs crashed backward. Men scrambled for weapons. None were there. The racks stood empty, just as Telemachus had arranged. Confusion spread faster than fear. Where are the spears? Who took the swords? What is happening? Then Odysseus answered, I did. I am Odysseus. I have come home. No one doubted him now. Panic replaced arrogance. Some rushed toward the doors, locked. Others searched desperately for shields, gone. Several overturned tables for protection. Too little, too late. Eurymachus stepped forward. Unlike Antinous, he understood immediately. He raised both hands. It was Antinous. He led us. We can repay everything. Gold, bronze, cattle, whatever you ask. He believed every man has a price. He had never understood Odysseus. Odysseus answered quietly, If you gave me every treasure on earth, it would not repay what you have done. The answer sealed their fate. The battle began. Arrow after arrow flew from Odysseus' bow. Years at sea had not weakened his aim. Every shot found its mark. Telemachus stood beside him with spear and shield. The frightened boy who once searched for stories of his father now fought beside him. Father and son, at last, together. Eumaeus entered carrying fresh weapons. Philoetius followed. The loyal servants armed themselves, only a handful, against dozens. Yet they held the advantage. The suitors had become soft. Years of luxury had dulled them. Odysseus and his companions had survived war. Some suitors fought bravely. Ancient tradition remembers that not every man in the hall was equally guilty. Amphinomus, for example, had often shown more restraint than the others. Yet he had remained. He had shared the stolen feasts. He had ignored injustice when he could have walked away. In Homer's world, silence before wrongdoing carries consequences. One by one, the suitors fell. High above, Athena finally revealed herself, not to fight for Odysseus, to strengthen his courage. She appeared in the form of Mentor, his old friend. Some surviving suitors begged for mercy. Others cursed the gods. None escaped. The struggle that had poisoned Ithaca for years ended before sunset. When the last weapon fell silent, the great hall became eerily still. Tables lay overturned. Broken cups covered the floor. Torches flickered against the stone walls. The laughter that had once echoed there would never return. Odysseus stood motionless. His breathing slowed. The bow remained in his hands. 20 years of war. 20 years of wandering. 20 years of waiting had led to this silence. Then he spoke to Euryclea. Bring the women who remained loyal, but those who knowingly served the suitors must also face judgment. The old nurse obeyed with tears in her eyes. Not tears of sorrow, tears of relief. The nightmare was finally ending. When the hall had been cleansed, Odysseus ordered fragrant sulfur and fire to purify the palace, not because smoke could erase memory, but because every home deserves the chance to begin again. Yet one person still did not know the truth. Upstairs, Penelope had heard the noise. She had heard shouting, the clash of battle, then silence. Euryclea rushed to her, laughing, crying, unable to contain herself. "My queen! He has returned! Odysseus is here!" Penelope closed her eyes. She had heard false hope for 20 years. She answered quietly, "No, do not be cruel." But this time, hope was no rumor. For the first time in 2 decades, her husband was waiting downstairs, and the final test of the Odyssey was about to begin. ACT 11, THE test of TABED. Euryclea could barely contain herself. She climbed the palace stairs faster than she had in years. Her heart pounded. Her face was wet with tears. She burst into Penelope's chamber. "My queen! He is here! Odysseus has come home!" Penelope looked up slowly. There was no excitement in her eyes, only exhaustion. For 20 years, people had brought her hope. A sailor claimed he had seen Odysseus. A merchant swore he was alive in Egypt. A traveler insisted he had escaped Troy years ago. Every story ended the same way, with disappointment. Hope had become dangerous. It hurt too much. She shook her head. "No, you are mistaken." Euryclea stepped closer. "I know his scar. I washed him when he was a baby. I recognized him. I touched the wound myself." Still, Penelope remained silent, not because she lacked love, because she had learned that grief protects itself. Sometimes, the hardest person to convince is the one who has waited the longest. Downstairs, Odysseus waited. The palace had become strangely peaceful. The bodies of the suitors had been removed, the broken furniture cleared away, fresh torches burned along the walls. Yet despite everything, his hands trembled. He had faced Cyclopes without shaking. He had stood before kings. He had sailed into the underworld. But now, he feared something entirely different. What if 20 years had changed them too much? At last, Penelope descended the stairs. Every servant stopped working. Every loyal follower watched quietly. The room held its breath. Across the hall stood the man who claimed to be her husband. He looked older. His beard carried streaks of gray. His face bore countless scars. His eyes, those eyes, felt painfully familiar. But appearances deceive. She knew that better than anyone. The gods themselves could change forms. She would not trust appearances, not even now. Odysseus took one slow step forward. Penelope. Her name left his lips exactly as he had spoken it 20 years before. She did not move. She looked at him, searching not for his face, but for the truth. The servants became confused. Why wasn't she running to him? Why wasn't she embracing him? Hadn't she waited 20 years? Telemachus finally broke the silence. His voice carried frustration. "Mother, how can your heart be so hard? My father has returned. Can't you see him?" Penelope looked gently at her son. "If this truly is your father, then no one will be happier than I. But if I am wrong, I lose everything." She turned toward one of the servants, calmly, almost casually. "Prepare a bed for our guest. Move our marriage bed into another room." The servants looked confused. Odysseus froze. For the first time that day, real emotion crossed his face. "What did you say?" His voice was no longer calm. "You heard me." Penelope replied quietly. "Move the bed." Odysseus stared at her in disbelief. Then, almost offended, he answered, "No one can move that bed." The room fell silent. His breathing grew heavier. "I built that room myself. There was an ancient olive tree growing there. I carved our bed from its living trunk. The roots still stand beneath the floor. The walls were built around it. The bed cannot be moved unless someone cut down the tree." His voice broke. "Who destroyed our tree?" Penelope could not hold back any longer. Tears filled her eyes instantly. No one else knew. No servant, no noble, no son. Only 2 people in the entire world knew the secret of that bed: the man who built it and the woman who slept beside him. She crossed the room. No hesitation now. No fear. No doubt. She threw her arms around him. At last, 20 years disappeared. They held each other without speaking. Words had carried them through storms, through wars, through loneliness. Now, words were too small. Homer tells us their joy was like sailors finally seeing land after surviving a terrible. No comparison could have been more perfect, because no 2 people understood that feeling better than they did. Telemachus quietly turned away. So did Eumaeus. So did Euryclea. Some reunions are too sacred to witness. Later that night, husband and wife finally spoke, not as king and queen, as 2 people trying to understand 20 years apart. Odysseus told her everything: the Lotus Eaters, the Cyclops, Circe, the underworld, Scylla, Charybdis, Calypso, the endless sea. Penelope listened, sometimes smiling, sometimes crying, sometimes simply reaching across to hold his hand, to remind herself he was truly there. Then she spoke of Ithaca, of Telemachus' childhood, of Laertes growing old, of lonely winters, of weaving by day, and secretly of pretending strength when she often felt none. Each had survived a different kind of journey. Neither had been easy. But dawn brought one final duty. Odysseus' father, Laertes, still lived. Not in the palace. He had abandoned royal life years earlier, heartbroken after his son's disappearance. He spent his days working alone in his orchards, wearing old clothes, digging with his own hands. A king who no longer believed he had a kingdom. Odysseus knew he could not truly come home until he embraced the man who had first taught him what home meant. One final reunion remained, and beyond it, one final challenge would decide whether Ithaca would know peace or fall into civil war. ACT 11, the last lesson of a king. For the first time in 20 years, there were no drunken voices echoing through the palace, no insults, no demands, no stolen feasts, only birdsong drifting through the open windows. The silence felt almost unfamiliar. Peace, after so many years, can sound strange. Odysseus stood alone in the courtyard, the same courtyard he had crossed as a young husband, the same courtyard he had entered disguised as a beggar only a day before. So much had changed. Yet one important task remained: his father. Laertes had not lived in the palace for years. After Odysseus disappeared, the old king slowly withdrew from public life. He gave up royal clothing. He stopped attending celebrations. He abandoned the throne to grief long before anyone else claimed it. Instead, he chose a small farm outside the city. There, among olive trees and fruit orchards, he worked with his own hands. Not because he had to, because sorrow had become easier to bear than empty rooms. Odysseus decided to go alone. Telemachus wished to follow. So did Eumaeus. But Odysseus shook his head. There are some journeys, a son must finish by himself. He wanted one quiet moment, just father and son. The road led through familiar hills, past vineyards, past stone walls, past trees he remembered climbing as a boy. Every step awakened another memory. Here, Laertes had taught him how to throw a spear. There, they had hunted deer together. Further ahead, they had planted young olive trees side by side. Those saplings were now mighty trunks. Trees remember time differently than people. At last, Odysseus saw him. An old man, bent with age, his hands covered in dirt, his clothes patched many times over. A simple gardener, at least to anyone passing by. But to Odysseus, he still looked like a king, just a king carrying invisible wounds. For a moment, Odysseus simply walked. He noticed how slowly his father walked now, how carefully he bent to tend each tree, how often he paused, not because of laziness, but because old age demands patience. 20 years. His father had carried 20 more winters, and Odysseus had not been there for a single one. Old habits returned. Instead of revealing himself immediately, Odysseus approached in disguise once again. Perhaps he wanted to hear the truth. Perhaps he feared disappointment. Or perhaps, after so many years pretending to be someone else, he simply did not know how to stop. He greeted the old farmer politely. Laertes looked up. His eyes were tired, but kind. "Welcome, traveler. What brings you here?" Odysseus answered with another carefully woven story. He claimed he had once hosted Odysseus years ago, that they had shared a meal together, that he wondered what had become of his old friend. The moment the name was spoken, Laertes lowered his head. His shoulders trembled. "He was my son." The words barely escaped him. "I have not seen him for 20 years. He looked toward the distant sea. "If he still lives, the gods have hidden him well." Odysseus could bear no more. The disguise had protected him from enemies. It had tested his servants, his wife, his son, his nurse. It had done its work. Slowly, he stepped forward. His voice softened. "Father." Laertes looked confused. Odysseus smiled through tears. "I am your son. I have come home." The old king stared silently. His hands shook. He whispered, "I am too old for dreams." Odysseus understood. Just as Penelope had needed proof, so did his father. He gently rolled back his tunic, exposing the old scar on his leg. "The wild boar," he said quietly. "You remember?" Laertes nodded slowly. His eyes widened. Still, Odysseus offered one final proof. "When I was a boy, you promised me 13 pear trees, 10 apple trees, 40 fig trees, and 50 rows of vines. You walked beside me through this very orchard, naming each one. Only father and son shared that memory." Laertes let out a trembling breath. Then he embraced him. Neither man spoke for a long time. Some reunions cannot be improved by words. 20 years of silence ended in one embrace. But peace would not come so easily. News of the slaughter in the palace spread across Ithaca before sunset. Families mourned their sons, their brothers, their fathers. Many knew the suitors had behaved dishonorably. Yet grief rarely listens to justice. Several noble families gathered together. Weapons were taken down, old alliances awakened. They marched toward Laertes' farm, not to seek truth, to seek revenge. Odysseus saw them approaching. The war, it seemed, was not yet over. Telemachus arrived with Eumaeus and Philoetius. Father, son, grandfather, 3 generations stood together, for the first time, ready to defend their home. Laertes looked at his son. "I am old," he admitted. Odysseus smiled. "You are still my father." Athena appeared quietly beside. She placed fresh strength inside the old king. His back straightened, his eyes brightened. For one final day, the years seemed lighter. The 2 groups met in the fields. Voices rose. Accusations filled the air. Then, the fighting began. It was brief. Laertes himself hurled a spear. Years of practice guided his arm. The weapon struck Eupeithus, the father of Antinous. The leader of the attackers fell. The remaining men hesitated. Their courage broke. Then the heavens answered. Athena raised her voice. "Enough!" At the same moment, Zeus sent a thunderbolt crashing into the earth nearby. The ground shook. Every man froze. The message needed no explanation. The gods had spoken. The bloodshed would end. Athena stepped between the 2 sides. There shall be peace. No more revenge. No more killing. The house of Odysseus shall rule Ithaca once again. Slowly, weapons were lowered, one by one. The long nightmare was finally over. And so the Odyssey ends, not with another battle, but with reconciliation. Not with conquest, but with restoration. Odysseus had defeated monsters, outwitted gods, escaped death countless times. Yet his greatest victory was far quieter. He came home. His story was never simply about sailing across the sea. It was about crossing the impossible distance between who he had been and who he became. The young king who left Ithaca believed intelligence alone could solve every problem. The older man who returned understood that wisdom is something different. Wisdom is knowing when to fight, when to wait, when to forgive, and when to keep rowing, even when the shoreline has disappeared. That is why the Odyssey has endured for nearly 3,000 years. Not because it is a story about monsters, or magic, or ancient kings. It survives because every generation eventually finds itself on its own long journey. Every life has storms. Every heart has moments when home feels impossibly far away. Every person must choose, again and again, between pride and humility, between despair and hope, between giving up and taking one more step. Odysseus reminds us that the greatest destination is not glory, it is belonging. And sometimes, the longest journey anyone will ever make is simply finding the way home. Epilogue. The man never really came home. History remembers wars, it remembers kings, it remembers victories, but very few stories survive for 3,000 years. The Odyssey did. Why? Not because of cyclopes, not because of sirens, not because of monsters. Those are only the surface. The real story was always about something much closer to home. Odysseus left Ithaca as a brilliant young king. He believed intelligence could solve almost anything. He believed victory meant defeating an enemy. He believed home would always be waiting. 20 years later, he returned a different man. Not because time had made him older, because suffering had made him wiser. The greatest monster he ever faced was not Polyphemus, it was pride. The greatest temptation was not the sirens. It was forgetting who he really was. The greatest prison was not Calypso's island. It was the possibility of giving up. And the greatest victory was never Troy. It was walking back through the doors of his own home without allowing hatred to consume the man who entered them. That is why the story still feels modern. Every generation has its own Troy, its own storms, its own impossible journey. Some people fight wars, others fight illness, loneliness, failure, loss, grief. The names change, the journey does not. Sometimes home is a place, sometimes it is a family, sometimes it is simply becoming the person you were always meant to be. Even today, we still call a long and difficult journey an Odyssey. But because of the person who returns, the road changes us, the sea changes us, the years change us. The question is not whether we come back. The question is, who comes back? Perhaps that is why Homer never truly gave us a perfect ending. Peace had to be chosen. Forgiveness had to be earned. Even after monsters were defeated, life continued. Because real heroes do not live in endings. They live in the choices that follow them. Some historians believe there was once a real Mycenaean king whose adventures inspired the legend. Others believe Odysseus is a magnificent work of poetic imagination, shaped over generations before Homer gave the story its enduring form. We may never know. But perhaps that mystery is part of the point. Because whether one man lived exactly as the poems describe, or many lives merged into one unforgettable hero, the truth of the story has never depended on certainty. It has depended on recognition. We recognize ourselves in him. A husband trying to return to the people he loves. A father hoping he hasn't been forgotten.